Cybert signing in to Red Alert 3 on the map Infinity Isle. And on the left side, playing the Green Empire, this is GreenAlert. On the right side, rocking the Cyan, playing the Soviets randomly, this is DDF. Welcome to Gathering Storm. The qualifiers are done. And just like that burst drone knocking over a whole palm tree, we are crashing into playoffs. This is the round of 8. These are the top 8 competitors and their matchups. 2 massive qualifiers giving a spot for the top 4 from each of those qualifiers into playoffs. Some heartbreaks, some upsets, some missed opportunities, but we are all here now with the final lineup of these players. And of course, as this game kicks off with DDF versus GreenAlert and an early terror drone heading to the south side, we do want to say a big, huge thank you to the sponsor of this event, MediaStorm, and in particular Tim over there at MediaStorm, who just likes Red Alert 3, kind of nostalgic from it from his childhood. He grew up playing Red Alert 3. He watches the channel. He wanted to support the Red Alert 3 community, and so he put together the prize pool for this event. $2,400 when you include the show matches as well, but $2,222 for just this playoffs. This is the biggest Red Alert 3 event since Ladder Season 3, put on by EA all the way back in like 2009. So a huge thank you to MediaStorm and a big shout out to these players making it through a very grueling process. DDF coming in hot as the #1 qualifying player from the BattleNet qualifier. Harvester is going to be kept safe as the Sickle explodes. Sickle taking a bit of damage. You saw the burst drone jump on the Sickle way back over there, do some early damage to knock some HP off of that Sickle and provide a little bit more survivability for that Harvester. It took a little bit less damage. And okay, we got the super reactor out there on the water, and then we've got the high ground expansions coming in for both players. 3rd refineries are on the table for both players, but it's a little bit of a different path for each one. The super reactor first does mean that hammer tanks are already out onto the field, and we saw that relatively early war factory from the Soviet player, allowing him to get the Sickle and the terror drone out. But of course, with this super reactor on the water, it's an easy base crawl to a potential 4th refinery out here for DDF. Terror drone, Bullfrog, something will have to head over there to scare away that this Tengu, unless he wants to deploy a naval yard and wait for Akula subs to clear out this Tengu. Terror drone gonna lock down that Tengu, and a second terror drone showing up to get the infect, and he blocks the Tengu's attack with a, whatever that was, a sentry gun or a flak cannon, and he decides to get the kill there with just the terror drones. Very nicely done. Cashback as well for DDF, a clean sequence of events, and now GreenAlert is showing up 4 Tengus of his own. He doesn't want me to get through my whole preamble, as he is going to start the attack immediately onto the Crusher Crane, going for the high-value target there. The Tesla Coil will eventually finish up, and I have to assume terror drones or something are going to be moving over here to respond. The Harvester can go into its armor mode and can keep the damage away for now, but the Tesla Coil will finish up, and that will keep this area safe from low-damage threats like this Tengu for now. Maybe VXs will come through a little bit later. Tier 2 is already on the field. Tier 3 is a potential plan for these players, and 5 refineries for DDF. This is big eco play, and with anyone else, I would say this is unbelievably greedy, but DDF has proven his macro prowess. He has proven his micro prowess over the course of many years in Red Alert 3. So if DDF is going for it, you kind of assume that he knows what he's doing. He goes 1 Stingray, and then he sells off that naval yard. He is cutting things down to the bone. For a second, I thought he sold off his con yard as well, but no, he does pack it up Okay, he's gonna unpack it there. He's not sending it to the Crusher Crane to destroy it. Tengu's coming back in for the attack. Once again, 3 Tengus, they go for the transform, and this Harvester is low on health, on fire, and will be knocked down. DDF is not perfect, and this was not an MCV sell off for the engineer to capture that observation post. That's just an actual engineer. Tier 3 now on the field for GreenAlert. Wave Force Artillery has been produced, and I think the conscript still had vision of that area to be able to see that. DDF forgetting to rebuild his Harvester. He is going to go for double airfield as well, so he might be looking to sell off his Conyard, scrap it for parts, and get a bit of cash back for it, because he is going to be fighting a tier 3 Wave Force Artillery kind of Empire player. MiG's going to be going for the fight versus these Tengus, and the Tengus with the point defense drones will shred the MiGs. No bullfrogs to help out in this fight. The MiGs lose out, and Eureka is here as well. DDF, he may be the number 1 seed, but this number 4 seed is looking to smack him around. GreenAlert getting sort of objectively the toughest opponent in round 1, and we'll see if he's able to keep up the pummeling, because right now it feels like GreenAlert has got himself well set up to knock DDF out of this game. He takes down that 5th refinery. That 5th refinery did not pay for itself. So even though for quite a while DDF had a big eco advantage with the 5 refineries versus the 3, functionally it hasn't really been like that. Eureka needs to get some kills. If she just gets clobbered by the Twin Blades, that is not good for the Empire plan. And DDF, is he just going to ring around the rosy, killing off Harvesters, sniping units, hit and run to buy some time? Because this will give DDF so much time and opportunity to get himself back to where he wants to be. Triple airfield, and I'm pretty sure that there was an MCV crush in there as well. Yeah, you can see it there just past the 6-minute mark. That's that little jump in income, is the MCV being crushed down by DDF. So his objective wasn't actually to win the game there. He just wants to draw things out, because with this 4 refinery setup, even though he lost his 5th refinery, he lost his extra advantage. If he can play this one out a little bit slow, a little bit long, then he will have the better army in eventually. It is 4.5k per minute to 8.1k per minute. And yeah, some of that is just the Harvester harass, because 3 versus 4 refineries wouldn't normally look like that. But when you've got that MCV crush plus a couple of Harvester kills against your opponent, it swings things pretty heavily into your favor in terms of the economy. I am worried that we don't have VXs on the side of GreenAlert. My fear is that a couple of bullfrogs will get packed along with one of these fights. Okay, we do have 4 VXs, so now it's all about the engagement. It's all about the angles and the timing. Both of these players have a solid enough setting that they can take a fight and win the game, or take a fight and lose the game if they find the wrong angle, if they find the wrong engagement. Tengu's going to absolutely shred these Twin Blades, but at what cost? The Twin Blades are going to be able to break through most of the strikers, and that's going to be it. The Air Forces get annihilated, both sides taking heavy losses there in that fight, but DDF losing more. The Wave Force Artillery was produced once, but I think not more than that. 1 Wave Force Artillery and then calling it quits on those big, expensive units. It's been a couple of VXs and Tangu after that. That was a good fight. DDF sitting about 2k ahead of his opponent per minute. So taking a couple of those fights is fine, but if he keeps taking bad fights like that, then eventually the coffers will run dry. You can see DDF kind of settling down his economy. He does still have an advantage. MiG's coming back in. Big transform there. Twin Blades are not in good numbers, so more VXs just win in this situation, especially with point defense drones when they have that applied. But right now, there isn't a huge value to fighting the Tengus with the MiGs. unless there's more Twin Blades. But when there's so few Twin Blades, fighting the Tengus with the Twin Blades, with the MiGs, doesn't make that much of a difference, because you have to also fight the MiGs with the Tengus. The VXs, until the unit composition changes, the VXs are better to index into a little bit more. Massive strike there with the Yuriko, but not huge value, not the amount of value that you would want, especially when you get 1050 of it back from the Harvester. That pays for half of that refinery there. And there we go. GreenAlert is making the right call, but now it once again, as the Twin Blade numbers jump back up, you have to rebalance with more and more Tengus. Now that the Twin Blade numbers are building, you do want to be able to pursue them with the Tengus. When they try to escape, you want to be able to follow. The VX numbers, I feel like, are in a pretty good place. He's got, I don't know, 6 or 7, it feels like. Which, you know, it ends up happening accidentally, even without the meme. Twin Blades moving in there. 5, we'll say. 5, even. No 6. No 6 Chopper VXs. Maybe he needs 2 more there. But we'll see. The Twin Blades skating around this map. DDF. We have seen him play slow snowball kind of styles, but here he feels a little bit listless, like he is looking for some magical engagement, but he is not interested in building up a big ground army. He had his hammer tank from before, but that was pretty much it. Is this hammer tank just gonna 1v1 this wave force artillery? As long as he stays inside of the minimum fire range, then the premature fire cannot actually take him down. He did not manage to steal the weapon there, so no hero hammer, as the MiGs will engage with these Tengus. They get shredded. The point defense drones coming in huge for the Empire player, and this is the pursuit. No, the Bullfrogs show up, and GreenAlert loses his courage. He would have sacrificed those Tengus versus the Bullfrogs if he had chosen to take that fight, but he doesn't want to take the risky play. He wants to look for something more significant. Engineer ends up going down, and DDF coming in crash hot through the qualifiers is not looking so confident here in game number 1. It does feel like both players are playing very cautiously. They don't want to just throw this away if they don't have to. A couple of Tengus going down is okay if you get all of these Twin Blades in one fell swoop. There's the big transform. The Tengus are now going to be vulnerable to the Twin Blades as they look to re-engage. One Twin Blade down. The VX is providing cover fire. They're going to find another target. If they stay too long, those Twin Blades are dead. DDF will back off. GreenAlert will disengage as well. Big sell-off of the airfields. It was 3 a few minutes ago. Now it's 0. War Factory, okay, there's 1 right there. It's now 2, minus 2 on the airfields instead of -3 for DDF. And DDF, he has kept this income advantage for so long in this game. For 10 minutes in this game, he has had an income advantage, and he has not been able to do anything materially with it. His armies have been getting recycled. Bears almost just getting a one-tap there on Yuriko. Twin Blades moving in. The Bullfrogs and the Hammer Tanks at the same time looking to crush this army. No juggling for Yuriko as she gets ground into the ground by these tanks. The switch up from air into ground is not what GreenAlert was ready for, but can DDF finally get some permanent damage onto the other side of the map? No, the Twin Blade goes down, but the Bullfrogs are playing guard dog with these Twin Blades. Another Twin Blade goes down, and now DDF is just fully switching into a ground-based army, and okay, the VXs can absolutely clobber this army, but not if the Bullfrogs are around. At some point, GreenAlert is probably going to have to commit into this fight with his VXs in the sky, and then the trouble will be, are there any MiGs left over? This now becomes a very difficult dance for GreenAlert to try and pull off. He is spending a lot of cash on Yuriko. It has not worked out. Well, okay, it's 50-50. First Yuriko did a decent amount. Second Yuriko did very little. GreenAlert Backing off, point defense drones reapplied here. Misses the wave force artillery, but another defender goes down. Okay, this one didn't actually go down. It just got very close to going down. And we're fighting over the observation post. The walls get sold off again. Engineer from GreenAlert, engineer from DDF, and now another engineer from GreenAlert. Twin Blades are going to move in for the kill. How many Twin Blades will go down? The engineer goes down, and no Twin Blades get eliminated. No Bullfrogs either, but the crane is a long way away for the Bullfrog to drive over there. Fortunately, it is Hero Bullfrog. He's got a golden badge, and he is going to heal up slowly over time. I don't know where Eureka went. She might have gone back into this building. She can hide there and provide anti-air cover, knock down some Twin Blades if they get close. Defender got rebuilt. Another Defender VX will be sent onto the front line. Both of these players, I cannot believe with how, like, aggressive GreenAlert played so many of the qualifier games. Going for his crane builds as Soviets. Oftentimes Tesla coil pushing people. Oftentimes going very aggressive. And then this game one is like such a reset on tone, on pace, on style for both of these players. DDF was generally playing a controlled macro style. He would get as many refineries as he could, defend them well, and then slowly snowball this like perfect macro game. And here we didn't really see that. Now I feel like we're starting to see it here. He has maintained that eco advantage, but it's been getting slimmer and slimmer over time. His resources lost tab would be pretty significant, but now he has the artillery advantage. It was one wave force artillery against 0 for so long. DDF was using the maneuverability and the hit and run tactics of his air units to be able to avoid the artillery fight. But now with Natasha, the ability to snipe one King Oni, one wave force artillery, he can take them out of the fight. GreenAlert moving in, strikers over top of the army. The Bullfrog's gonna blast everyone out of the sky. The MiGs are here as well, but now the MiGs are useless. Natasha backs away. Snipe should be coming through. King Oni or wave force artillery, take your target, but she doesn't have the opportunity. DDF, in theory, has a bigger army, but it's not all here on the ground. Eureka runs from the Bears, and the Imperial Warriors charge forward. Natasha goes down, and Eureka stands tall. Bears getting knocked down. Wave Force Artillery, they've got bodyguards, and it's King Oni bull rushing down the front door. Refinery will be knocked down by Eureka as the Twin Blades move in. Now unopposed, one striker is all that remains. Eureka clobbers a Twin Blade in the sky. The striker fighting for its life, and one more Twin Blade remains. King Onis don't care. 4 of them into the base of DDF, and GG gets called. GreenAlert picks up the first win of Gathering Storm. It was not an easy fight. It was not a quick victory, but he takes down DDF. And that sends us to Fire Island for our second game, a map that I have not seen in quite a while in the north. Of course, this is GreenAlert. Up 1-0, playing as the Empire, and in the south, the Random Allies. This is DDF. DDF dropping out of that first game, but playing well. He definitely was competitive in that game. It's not like he had a total fall from grace or fall out of performance, but he is playing random, and so there is going to be a bit of variability, and he definitely did not play that one how I would expect. He is weakening this oil derrick, so he will get the cash back for it. He will have his opening sort of build be consistent, and then he can bomb it out as soon as his opponent is about to take it. And if his opponent doesn't take it, then, well, he's just got an oil derrick for a little bit longer. But DDF and GreenAlert, clearly an even match, even though GreenAlert tried twice to qualify for playoffs and he only came in as the number 4 seed through the second qualifier. He clearly deserves to be here and is putting on good games. Now, I do want to make one quick note. Some of you won't notice this because the idea of a map pool doesn't, it's not something that you think about, but there were 3 different map pools for this event. One map pool for the BattleNet qualifier, a different map pool for the CCO qualifier, and now a 3rd map pool for playoffs. So because the different servers have different ideals for how you play the game, what version of the game you play on, 1.12, the original, the vanilla, the oldest version, or the 1.12.6 community patch, and then similarly with the community patch, you've got a ton of maps. So which maps do you choose to play? In this case, we will have a couple of compromises here. The games will be played largely on 1.12.6 with a couple of exceptions, Crisabel Garden being one of them. You can play on the non-1.12.6 variant. A little bit of friendly fire there for GreenAlert, but there is a bit of a map change here as we have the Tier 2 already locked in, and that's an MCV cell for GreenAlert. So he is going all in on this aggression. He believes in this game ending relatively quickly. We'll see what DDF has to say about that. DDF does have an MCV still. Okay, there it is, moving through, but he's gone double airfield. This is something that we've seen a lot of Allied players doing all throughout this event, and we'll see how DDF is able to handle this because there are already Chopper VXs on the field. And I kind of wish he had transformed these Chopper VXs a little further back, because then he could get some damage onto this MCV while the air units are absent, and then the transform would cool down and he would have time to get them onto the ground if he needed to. But this is 4 Vindicators, so they actually just bomb out basically half of the VXs on the ground, and still some of the Vindicators actually survive. That actually kind of worked out for DDF, even though he was taking damage sort of maximally that entire time. The VXs are going to be able to get some free damage onto that Apollo. That will not be answered, at least for now. Javelins will help, will survive, as an Imperial Warrior was hunting for them through there. Observation post does get grabbed. GreenAlert wants intel. He wants information. And because of his MCV cell, he didn't actually need to build that engineer. It didn't cost him anything. But he did sort of potentially lose out on the theoretical, like, wrap the engineer around at the corners of the map and send it along the edges of the island and then sneak it into an opponent's building, and maybe you get lucky with a capture. You get an airfield with a deck full of Vindicators or something, and then you're able to quickly turn the game around. But, you know, that's a pretty low probability option, and so he goes for the safe play. He goes for the intelligence play, which is to give himself more map vision and more intelligence to be able to handle this. He can see further into the darkness almost permanently here. Vindicators coming in. They will go for the bombing run on that Tsunami tank, and that's going to be a dead VX as well. This force is weakening, but there are prices being paid on the other side. The Allies are not getting away with this defense for free. Peacekeepers are going to be brought to the forefront on this for this fight, and one refinery going down. GreenAlert just bullying DDF out of his own main base almost, but DDF is not done yet. Airfield gets sold off, and the build radius is at least maintained here for DDF. He still has his MCV there. With the MCV cell of GreenAlert, that does limit his own options. Vindicators will get a pretty good bombing run off. One Vindicator goes down, but traded back for 2 VXs there. The Allied player is happy to make that trade in the current moment. Another VX stomping its way to the front line. GreenAlert and DDF Both of them playing very close to the edge here. Cryo Shot going to be firing off. And, of course, there's no point defense drones. Multi-gunner turret does get clobbered there. Apollos will get annihilated. And it's going to be up to the Tsunami Tank to crush every single Javelin and Peacekeeper on the front line. The Imperial Warriors are going to have to be the long-term damage dealers, because with the last VX going down, this Tsunami Tank is about to be bombed out of existence. Goodbye to the Tsunami, but goodbye to the refinery. Has DDF been broken? His Harvester taking a wonky path to harvest that ore. A bit unfortunate for DDF that his Harvester is getting screwed up this way. Bugs are being brought to bear here. This is one of those things that even 1.12.6 cannot fix, or did not fix. Hopefully in 1.12.8 they have made some upgrades to these problems. This Harvester is maybe still having a little bit of a wonky path here, and yeah, that is devastating for DDF. He does get a second refinery onto the field, but if these Harvesters are going to be driving this path, sitting there useless, DDF being beaten by his own Harvesters. GreenAlert, he may be matched in the refinery economy, but he's got an oil derrick advantage and he's got Harvester advantage just by the fact of his Harvesters aren't driving halfway across the map to deliver one load of ore. Tengu's going to be backing up, and Apollo going down there in the exchange. The Imperial Warriors, they are the consistent damage on the ground. Tengu's and VXs are on anti-air duty. Their job is to absorb the attention of the Vindicators. 2 more Vindicators going down. Surely DDF has been broken. With this refinery going down, he can come back from a lot, but it feels like GreenAlert has this game in his grasp. The crush came through amazing previously, but can this crush come through? It doesn't look like it, as that Harvester gunning for the Imperial Warriors, but GG gets called, and DDF will lose game number 2. He may be the number 1 seed, but he is falling down 0-2 in this series. There was a question on a lot of people's minds coming into playoffs, with 6 out of the 8 spots being taken by players from the Chinese server. Would they just dominate playoffs and quickly eliminate the 2 remaining Euro players? One of them is right here, up 2-0 in this best of 7. This is GreenAlert! And in the south, rocking the Allies randomly once again, this is DDF. Such a dominant run all through the qualifiers, and now he is just being put down by GreenAlert. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not get excited, though. This is a best of 7. This is a bit of a longer series, and GreenAlert still has to do this 2 more times, but he is halfway there. And I was a little bit worried that GreenAlert was just going to be getting smacked around by DDF, and that is not the case at all. As I said previously, GreenAlert is absolutely showing that even though he is the number 4 seed, bomb's a little bit slow there from DDF. GreenAlert is showing that even though he is the number 4 seed, barely scraping through, he absolutely can contest with the best of the best, and he can put them in their place. DDF, for probably 5 years, on and off, has been number 1, number 2, maybe number 3 player in Red Alert 3 competitive. He has been in that top spot or trading for one of those top spots against players like Demon, against players like Zugspitze for years. Since 2020 at least, which, you know, we're going on 5.5, 6 years from then, from when I started casting his games, I should say. In the middle there of 2020, but he could have been, you know, a top player even before then, and presumably he was. I just was not aware of his games. I did not see his play, and so DDF coming in strong as a favorite, as a potential favorite for this tournament. And here, he is not perfect. He is not invulnerable, and the perfect burst drone trick there. We've seen this a couple of times. GreenAlert does execute it well, knocks down 2 wall segments there, but he is going to have to run from this harvester. Meanwhile, more Imperial Warriors, it looks like, getting bombed out. DDF has at least taken over his own oil derrick, so he's got that back up and running. He's got it under his control, but he needs to keep hold of it for a little longer. And these Imperial Warriors nearly killing off that killing off that harvester. If they can get the whole refinery, they're going to be very happy with that. They get the harvester, and now the refinery is next. Vindicators will be able to bomb them out. Peacekeepers are not coming to save this refinery, and yeah, the refinery will die there. The Imperial Warriors, one of them, I think, going heroic as they're now going to target this power plant, just ignoring the Peacekeeper that is slowly but surely blasting down these Imperial Warriors. And now they're going to run for the building. They're going to delay their own death for as long as possible. And these Tengus transforming into Sky Mode, and they are ready to follow this up. If GreenAlert pulls this off, it's going to be an amazing 1-2 punch. The Imperial Warriors start off the attack. They get the walls down with the burst drone, and then they knock down a whole refinery and the harvester too. Then the Tengus come in for the 1-2, or I guess they're the 2 of the 1-2 punch, and they start killing off the harvesters. GreenAlert finds another harvester here, and he's forcing it off the line. So even though you've got 2 refineries, only one of them is actually doing anything. The Tengu's just guarding these air units, keeping them on the deck, stopping them from trying to participate in this battle. And surely this must be a hard lock. The GG comes out, and GreenAlert does it 3 games in a row here on Deep Sea. He keeps the winning streak going. And now finally, we're getting what everyone has been asking for from the beginning of this series. In the north, playing the Cyan Random Empire, this is DDF. And up 3-0 with an incredibly strong performance. Can he complete the clean sweep? This is GreenAlert. GreenAlert on the cusp of knocking DDF down to the lower bracket with a 4-0. And watching those qualifier runs between these two players, that would not have seemed possible. If you said GreenAlert had 3 wins, it's like, okay, yeah, it's probably like 3-2, or maybe it's 3-3 and we're going into the ace match. But for him to be up 3-0, and for DDF to look very somewhat typical in that first game of like strong snowball macro style in that game number 1, but then not able to actually convert and make it work, that was a little bit weird. And then 2 more games also happened, and DDF just has not been able to get the wins in the way that we were seeing. He literally hasn't lost a series in this entire qualifier into the event, and now here in playoffs, he is on the cusp of being swept down to the lower bracket. But of course, as always, don't get excited. GreenAlert needs to finish the job. 5 tank busters, and this is a matchup that we haven't seen GreenAlert in versus DDF. So we do have a couple of sudden transports here, 1 for each player, and we can assume that there are some tank busters, I would guess, packed along inside of this one. We saw the tank busters inside of GreenAlert's, and there's an MCV cell. So this is either going to be a pretty swift 4-0, or it'll turn into a really weird back and forth. But no MCV cell yet from DDF. We'll see if he decides to go MCV cell. But the Tengus from both sides are kind of seeing each other. They're kind of spotting each other. I think this sudden transport is DDF's sudden transport, and I think it is disguised. Otherwise, okay, yeah, this is GreenAlert's sudden transport over there. So we do have the MCV cell versus no MCV cell. A little bit of a risky move here for GreenAlert, but you got to respect it. Up 3-0, and he's like, let's just go more aggressive. Let's see if we can end this one a little bit faster, and let's see if these 5 tank busters can get some big kills. Also, with the Tengus kind of being split across the map, we'll see if they decide to go for it. They're reconverging in the north. DDF has pulled his forces back to defend his base. He's not going to try and cross-map. He's not going to try and trade. Okay, nope. Everybody backs off. DDF goes back to his home, and GreenAlert decides to back up to his home as well. The engineer from the MCV cell closing in on that oil derrick. Can DDF stop it? It looks like GreenAlert is going to get the oil derrick capture, which, of course, that engineer didn't cost him anything, so this is just free denial of income to DDF. Nicely done there by GreenAlert. He is crossing his T's and dotting his I's, but we'll see. That harvester is a little bit too far out. The first big dogfight is the Tengu's going to be engaging. DDF looks like he got a much better start to this fight. Can GreenAlert somehow turn this around? Because right now it's a pure numbers advantage for DDF. Tengu's going down on both sides. It's like 3 versus 5, and now it's 2 versus 5. That's not the fight that GreenAlert was looking for. DDF with a winning angle. Tankbusters get an extra kill as well. Tankbusters moving forward. And I guess the sudden transport for DDF got killed off at some point. I did lose selection of it, so we do have the sudden transport here from GreenAlert. And I'm going to just assume that the other one did end up getting cleaned out. But GreenAlert has that oil derrick, so it is 2 oil derricks and 2 refineries versus just 2 refineries. Killing off the harvester would have been a big win for DDF. The second big engagement. Reinforcements coming in from both sides. Sudden transport here. If there's a transform, it could be devastating, but he's just winning the dogfight straight up. Now it's 5 against 4, but repairs are on the side of GreenAlert. DDF needs to be careful. If he commits into the attack at the wrong moment, then he will lose everything. He won't be out of the tournament, but he will be out of this series. And what a dramatic way to get drop-kicked out. Another sudden transport moving out. DDF desperate to get a win here. GreenAlert, he has forced himself into this situation. He could have played it out a little bit slower. Imperial Warriors, not a great choice. And here's the big difference maker. We're right there, 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Right in that 5 to 6 minute mark is where typically point defense drones, cryo shot, those first level techs come online for your command posts, command points. Your top secret protocols coming online there, the ones that really start to matter. MCV versus no MCV, this is one of the big difference makers here. There is a lot more health now on the side of DDF versus GreenAlert. Tankbusters getting gunned down inside with this harvester. One of them gets run over, and the last one goes down. The sudden transport disguising itself will at least survive for the moment. He really needs to kill that guy off, as these Tengu's going to be committing, and GreenAlert knows that the clock is sort of ticking for him. That's a sudden transport there as well, and this one will eventually go down there. He gets the kill. The harvesters do survive. DDF, he loses one harvester, but he manages to keep the other one alive. He did kill off that oil derrick, so he's taken away a little bit of the income, but this tier 2 switch up from GreenAlert, it feels almost perfect. That's a war factory sell-off. He does not have the cash to get that harvester out quickly, and so he sells off the war factory. What you see is what you get. That's a sudden transport loaded up with Imperial Warriors down there. Tengu's going to be looking for the angle. The tsunami tanks trying to move out. GreenAlert does not have vision of what just transpired. He doesn't know about the Mecha Bay sell-off. He doesn't know that the harvester was extremely slow to rebuild. And now these Imperial Warriors will get the kill there. This is a little bit of an information game as much as it is anything else. The point defense drones give an obvious advantage to DDF in a Tengu versus Tengu fight, which is why you saw GreenAlert go for the mix-up, go for the tier 2, and he's going into a barracks. DDF switches into barracks. He was adding walls. He is worried that GreenAlert is going to start crossing the map. GreenAlert knows that he did damage, but he doesn't know to what extent. A Mecha Bay can get rebuilt at some point, but for right now, the move is tank busters. Tank busters versus tanks. The walls are going to be huge here to separate out this army like force fields. Divide and conquer. The walls can allow you to break up the army, and when you've got this many segments, you can have a lot of choices as to how you separate out those tanks. They're relatively cheap to add on, but they do cost something. Mecha Bay will not be rebuilt right now. The barracks was the choice. It's a much cheaper option. And GreenAlert, he's not getting richer. He can rebuild his MCV. It would be kind of crazy to do that now. And if the Imperial Warriors get uptime in the base of GreenAlert, DDF can do big damage. GreenAlert so close to just winning this series 4-0. And now with 5 tank busters on the field, another Mecha Bay makes its way out. DDF, he's not doing anything too risky like a third refinery, at least not just yet. Maybe he will do something that risky in a few moments. There are enough expansions on this map to choose one that's a little bit far away that your opponent might not realize that you've taken. Strikers moving around. DDF floating 1600. GreenAlert spending all of his cash, constantly drawing a zero. Minus those 2 oil derricks has slowed down his production by just enough. You see he keeps getting frozen with his units partway done as he's waiting for more cash to come in. That's what the 15 credits from each oil derrick alleviated. Those little moves like that. Sudden transport heading back. Is he going to go pick up those tank busters? It looks like it. It's straight to tier 2. So it's a Tengu army. DDF has the superior numbers, but with the infantry and the sudden transport, his army is not necessarily all together. Double refinery, and now they're both going to be on this limited, this gated economy with the double refinery and the tier 2 production. They can't quite afford it. And the point defense drones, once again, a key difference maker. It feels like DDF, if he plays this one out slow, because he won 2 key Tengu engagements, because GreenAlert has been playing very defensive, he didn't cross the map early when he had an advantage but didn't realize it. He didn't turn it into a base trade and flip it all on a coin toss. Because GreenAlert has played that way slowly, it feels like DDF has a little bit more maneuverability, a little bit more of an option. But if the tank busters get clobbered, if the Tengus and the Chopper VXs aren't able to find good angles, the Tsunami tanks will win the ground fight. The MCV rebuilt. GreenAlert has spent his cash rebuilding a $5,000 MCV. But he's got point defense drones back on the field, and that's a big signal to DDF. We can now transition into a normal game here at the 11-minute mark. If these players want, they could both take third refineries. Maybe we even tech up to tier 3. But with the MCV out on the field, it is no longer the same kind of calculus that it was a moment ago. GreenAlert rebuilding his MCV. Okay, he's back in it. And now this looks like a very awkward, 11-minute 30 game. The tension that these two players feel is very different from where they would have gotten in this game normally, but they've both survived. Neither one of them went all-out aggression, which means they've both had their opportunity to rebuild. I can't believe GreenAlert got enough cash out to rebuild his MCV. And now that they're taking, well, DDF is taking a third. Is GreenAlert actually going to take a third? His MCV is moving forward. He's like, why'd I build this MCV? I just want to sell it off. I want to use it as a battering ram. Point defense drones fall off there. And they are not synced up because GreenAlert's point defense drones were offset from the natural timing. Typically in an EVE, both players will get them usually like within 10, maybe even 30 seconds of each other. But when they are desynced like this, they can be quite a ways away from each other. The secret expansion, GreenAlert susses it out. He feels like there is something going on. You can see he splits a Tengu down to the south. He scouts there. He wants to check these two expansion locations. And then he's also looking to check an expansion location in the north. I don't think he actually saw it, but he may suspect it's up there without having actually seen it. So GreenAlert did not get vision of it. He didn't quite realize, but now the MCV is here on the front line. This is a big damage sponge, in the current model. I think he's going to deploy a barracks here on the front line. I'm not exactly sure why GreenAlert has brought his whole MCV to the front line after he just finished rebuilding it, other than to use it to crush units and as a big damage sponge. But it's already down to almost half HP, so it's going to be limited in its ability to be a damage sponge. I thought maybe he was going to call up a Defender Corps or a Barracks or something to try and get some more damage out on, onto the field. The MCV can crush some of these walls as well. There's the sell-off of the walls. The Tank Buster is going to get a couple of shots off here. The MCV kind of caught on the front line. It's just absorbing damage for no reason currently. Point defense drones applied very nicely on the side of GreenAlert, but there is a distinct army income advantage that is now being realized by DDF. He's got a whole refinery, a whole 50% plus of income compared to his opponent. Meanwhile, on the south side, it's going to be an Imperial Warrior trying to sneak its way into GreenAlert's base. It does get spotted out and crushed by that Tsunami Tanks. GreenAlert just hanging out. Chill out, man. Get a tea, get a coffee, and just kick your feet up and relax. Point defense drones applied very nicely to the Tengus and the VXs of DDF, not applied nicely to the Tsunami Tanks. And okay, there they fall off, so they're ready to reapply. He's going to land everything together and get a massive 99% coverage there. A couple of units get missed by those point defense drones. MCV on the front line. Chopper VX is moving into position. They're just sort of engaging by themselves. That's going to be Emperor's Rage. That'll give a firepower advantage to DDF. And now DDF is stepping down the hill. He backs back up. He doesn't want to take this fight full on, but GreenAlert's going to commit it into it. That's going to be a big transform. Emperor's Rage and Honorable Discharge will change the face of this engagement. DDF backs off. He wants the walls to come in to buy more time. He's got better reinforcements, he's got faster, and he's got more of them. He's floating cash. He could drop a barracks and up his production as well. Point defense drones blasted off, and now they're reapplied. A dojo here on the front line for GreenAlert. DDF one misstep, 15 minutes in. He throws this whole game away. He throws this whole series away. GreenAlert. He wants... You can see how cautious he's played. He doesn't want to give it up. Even though he's up 3-0 in this series, he can give a game away, and yet he's not. He's still playing this very careful and controlled. Sure, if you look back, objectively, these weren't all the best decisions. Now that we know the state of the game that we're in, Engineer heals the MCV back up to full health. Barracks gets deployed. Yeah, he was floating cash. He's spending it all now. Starting to break down this wall. MCV on the front line. It is back up to full health, so it can absorb a lot of damage. This is so much firepower from both sides. There is a bit of a advantage on the side of DDF. This is perfect by DDF actually managing to split off a Tengu and do a bit of harassment. It doesn't have to do very much to be worth it. It has cut his income from 2 down to 1. It is completely eclipsed the economy. DDF's economy has completely eclipsed that of GreenAlert, and even more so now with this Harvester off the line. Tengu's being pulled back to respond. When you send 5 or 6 Tengus to respond to 1, it leaves you at an even bigger disadvantage. 7k the army advantage for DDF at the start of this. Point defense drones get reapplied. Tsunami Tank's going to get committed in. Emperor's Rage is massive on the side of DDF. There's the big transform. Chopper VXs against grounded VXs trying to respond. The MCV going to be moving away, and this Tengu left over to harass that Harvester will get the kill, but it's going to cost him even more time. Even more time off the line, not mining, not refining, just shooting. There's the sell-off of the barracks. DDF floating 4k. He might even need to go for a 4th refinery here. Take it on the low ground and defend it. Maybe go for tier 3 if he feels like he can, but he sold off the barracks. He could have gone for a big swell of infantry, double dojo, tank busters, and Imperial Warriors just to have more targets, just to have more firepower. But he sold that off. He wants to go some other direction. It's not a naval yard yet. GreenAlert splitting his army into 2 groups, choppers and Tengus. Tsunami Tanks have backed off, it seems like. A bunch of them back at home. Green alert. He must be spinning. He's probably angry with himself at this game. You think about how he's been played in these other matches, and then you're like, is this really the best way to play Red Alert 3? Is this the best strategy you can come up with? And of course, like, it's not. He is reacting to the game in the moment. The Harvester going down there. A big kill finally for DDF. 3 Harvesters versus 1. The eco advantage is gigantic for DDF, and Green Alert finally gets the confirmation scout. If he transforms, he can get that kill, but he is also going to realize how much of an eco advantage he has been, how much of an eco disadvantage he has had. We don't have tier 3. We don't have a... What is the plan here for DDF? Tengus are gonna get a kill on a Harvester. DDF can afford to rebuild that, so if he wants to keep this refinery, he can. It's not a problem. No tier 3, but no third refinery from Green Alert. So I'm really surprised that DDF hasn't done something. Tier 3, even like go for Eureka or something like that. If you don't want to go tier 3 on your Mecha Bay, go tier 3 on your barracks and get a Eureka out in a sudden transport and send her around to the side of the map. Wait for the army to step away. Big mistake here for Green Alert. He has accidentally selected his Harvester with his army. And as much as DDF has had an advantage in this game, just like in game number 1, DDF was not able to get the win with that 10-plus minute economic advantage that he had. Here, it is a mirror matchup, so things are a little bit different in terms of the eco advantage. But DDF still hasn't been able to maneuver into a position to get the win. Both players taking this pretty cautiously all throughout this game. It's surprising to say that in a game that started with an MCV cell in a mirror matchup, but it really has been a very cautious and slow burn kind of game. Both players worried about the engagement, and there's a potential 4th refinery coming in here for DDF. Green Alert. He misplayed his hand in those early fights that put him at a now permanent army disadvantage, and this refinery is going to have to be sold off. I think his units are just too far away to sell it. You could try and hold it as long as possible and then hope that you can trap the units as they try to exit, but he's not even going to do that. He's just going to go for the low ground expansion, and as one refinery gets eliminated, another one does show up. DDF needs to jump on this army if he at all can. Killing off this group of VXs would be massive, or does he try to catch the Tengus as they return back? That's a lot of dead Tengus. The VX is in the sky as well. Emperor's Rage means that there is no pursuit possible. Green Alert losing out on the eco front, but not necessarily losing out this game. He has fallen further and further and further behind in the army value. He has been getting further behind in army and economy all throughout this game. But DDF needs to actually commit into an attack. And if DDF does not handle that attack well, then that will be Green Alert's opportunity to get himself back in this game. Double expand, 4th refinery being added back into the mix for DDF. Still not going tier 3. He does just have a massive army. So gung-ho in so many previous games, in so many previous engagements. Point defense drones getting chewed away at on some of these units. Tsunami Tank's going to be stepping forward. If you move your whole army into your enemy's base, you're sort of coin flipping on them miscontrolling, or them not controlling as well as they could, I should say. But it does feel like we're approaching the point where he can just take his Tsunami Tanks and move through the base and win just by sheer firepower, if nothing else. DDF needs to just pull the trigger, but he's been so cautious to actually do this. And that's a great setup to start this fight out. There's going to be the Emperor's Rage. That's a lot of dead Tengus, as this is an infinite army moving up the hill. Tsunami tanks should be on the front line. Tank busters as well, doing massive damage. Tengu's not needed for the current moment. He's keeping them in reserve. More Tengu's going down, and it's a massive light up the night moment as DDF finally gets a win ahead for like 20 minutes of that game, but not able to close it out until that last fight. Every comeback story has to start with a first step, has to start with a first win. You don't want to be the subject of the first reverse sweep. Still up 3-1, looking good. This is GreenAlert. And in the South, can he do more than just a single victory? This is DDF. Incredibly strong qualification performance, like I keep mentioning. And then where did that guy go now that we're in playoffs? The main event is kicking off, and we have got an oil derrick being targeted down. It was an airfield first, as you probably noticed here, for DDF. So no engineer, no oil derrick, no reason to do the thing where you kill it like 80% of the way and then keep it around the other 10 or 20%. You're just going to go for the full kill. It doesn't look... okay, this is going to be an MCV pack-up. He's not going tier 2. But is it an MCV pack-up to, like, go up to the high ground, or is he just repositioning for better walls? Where is he going with this MCV? There's a huge wave of infantry headed towards his base. He did not finish walling in his other refinery. The second refinery did not get full wall off, so in theory, these Imperial Warriors can do something. They may also wait for Tengus to show up to help break down these walls. Nope, there's a tank buster in here. They don't even need those Tengus. And there's going to be the tank buster knocking down the wall. Imperial Warrior going to be jumping in on this airfield, and that's a lot of Imperial Warriors, so it almost doesn't even matter that they're doing the wrong type of damage. They still kill buildings quick when there's that many of them all stacked together. DDF not starting off well here in game number 5. He's going to add on more walls that will delay these attacks, that will give him some safe space, and that's a double airfield kind of a spot inside of those walls. That is a carefully constructed wall segment, and well done again by GreenAlert. But this time DDF is coming in. Good bomb splitting to eliminate a couple of those Imperial Warriors. The Harvester, it looks like, is going to be going down on the next trip. He stops. Okay, he freezes himself in position. He's bringing the MCV over, and he tries to get one last load of ore, but he does get shot up by those Imperial Warriors. This is a tough start to DDF, and GreenAlert now getting free damage onto the Apollos. The Imperial Warriors rushing forward, and they're, I guess, going to get walled in here. I guess he could add more walls and try to just separate out the Imperial Warriors, but they should just attack the MCV, and he'll go for the crush. He will get a number of them, gets the hero Imperial Warrior as well, and for now the airfield is safe. The tank busters were not added on. There actually might have been an opportunity here for DDF to get a really early victory if he had kept that barracks around, and instead of just going straight tier 2 and going a couple of extra units back from his mecha bay, if he would have produced a couple of more tank busters in like a second wave, he might have actually been able to fully kill off DDF. Now, of course, that's... I don't think GreenAlert expected those units to do that much damage. Vindicators come in. They do manage to get a kill. Only one Apollo died, so that's actually a really good exchange there for the allied player. All things considered, that went about as well as it could have for the allied player. And from this point forward, DDF, he is in such a difficult position. Would love to see a second airfield. Would love to see him go, 6 Apollos or something to start chipping away at these numbers. But if it's just a lot of VXs and Tsunamis, then the Apollos are easy to deal with. So we'll see what DDF actually decides to do. Good bomb splitting once again, just to kill off as many Imperial Warriors as he can. goes for the refinery rebuild, and I guess now he's stabilized. It does feel like DDF should be at a bigger disadvantage than he is. GreenAlert hasn't taken a third refinery. It kind of feels like behind this, GreenAlert could have double expanded and kept his army a little bit smaller, and because DDF is so limited, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to stop it. But that being said, GreenAlert has played this out, I think, a very normal way. He has progressed in a very typical build order fashion for how an Empire versus Allies match should go. I think he just got a little bit more done with those. Okay. He got a little bit more done with his Imperial Warriors than he was expecting to, running around the MCV, getting a bit of chip damage, killing off the airfield, killing off the refinery, getting that extra damage into the Allied forces. And now, yeah, he's like, well, I might as well get another barracks. And then he sells his MCV. He could actually go hospital with the engineer. I'm not sure where this engineer is headed, but he could go hospital, or he could try and steal one of his opponent's buildings. And yeah, he is going hospital, which is great for his infantry forces. Harvester going to be harassed. DDF is going to be up against an all-out onslaught as GreenAlert, he has no reason to return home. Apollos are going for a scout. I think he's going to realize this. Cryo shot going to be firing off. This will be permanent slow production mode for DDF. This might be just a genius play from DDF. It doesn't matter right now, but it will matter more and more the longer the game goes on, the more these double production times will be hurting GreenAlert. He's going to have a fairly gated economy, but he's at least got that oil derrick still on the field. Tsunami Tank's going to be pushing forward. Double multi-gunner is here. That's the primary defense for DDF. Javelin soldiers actually just free-firing. GreenAlert did nothing to stop those Javelin soldiers from knocking down a Tsunami Tank, knocking down Tengus, and getting tons of free damage. 3 Javelin soldiers just firing for 10 or 15 seconds unanswered by GreenAlert. He might have been killing off Apollos or something somewhere else on the map, but he did lose extra units there on the front line. Tengu going to be taking a bit of extra damage. Tengu's pushing in. A lot of these Tengus low on health, and it's the Tank Busters and Imperial Warriors that are getting the free repairs, not those Tengus. MCV going to be absorbing a lot of damage. Fresh multi-gunner turret gets added into the mix, and this third refinery, I don't think it's going to be long for this world once GreenAlert realizes that it's there. It has been stabilizing DDF, allowing him to catch up a little bit in economy. DDF is massively behind in the economy percentage-wise, but it will get better over time with GreenAlert locked on these 2 refineries. Imperial Warriors coming in. They slice, they dice, they get every single Javelin soldier there. An Apollo going down. 3 Apollos, 1 Vindicator, it looks like, is the choice, but the refinery actually survives. DDF doesn't have to rebuild that. He just has to rebuild the Harvester. VXs stomping their way forward. There is still a dojo on the high ground. The Mecha Bay has survived, but as I said, it is double production times for all of these units. So with the barracks producing and the Mecha Bay producing, it does seem like he is still able to spend all of his cash. So his production isn't being gated by that much, but it does mean even when he has the cash on hand, it still takes twice as long to build. And now it's going to get even worse if he sells off. Well, he's going to actually sell off that power plant before it gets frozen. But that means even with this, like, dojo going down, or even if he's forced to sell off one of the refineries, he's not going to be able to get his power back online with just that one power plant. DDF is playing the long game here. He is not interested in the quick victory. Once again, he is interested in playing this one out nice and slow, and he doesn't care about getting a victory in the next couple of minutes. DDF getting just free kills. He's just farming these tank busters and all of the units on the Empire side for experience as he just knocks them down. GreenAlert's handling of some of these engagements where he's on the edge. Do I want to fight? Do I want to back off? Do I want to fight? Do I want to back off? And then he ends up sort of deciding neither. And then he just ends up losing extra units here. Striker VXs, if they get on top of this cryocopter, they're going to be able to absolutely shred it. Apollos are going to be forcing the transform a little bit early, giving the cryocopter space. Apollos going down is fine. They're cheap compared to a cryocopter, but this attack has been completely averted. An averted attack isn't a victory, though. Not for GreenAlert, not in this game. DDF down 0-3, fights out a long one on Mers Landing, and now is GreenAlert producing? Is his production that slow? Yeah. He keeps canceling things. He might have been going for an MCV rebuild, which is why he's floating so much. If he was building the MCV and then it takes a full 2 minutes because he's in low power mode, and then he decided to cancel it, that might have been why he's got so much cash as this Tsunami Tank's going to be pushing forward. That's a big honorable discharge, as another Tsunami Tank will end up going down. The slice and dice is going to be coming in. Tengus get the shred on everything. They knock the cryocopter out of the sky, and GreenAlert is looking to break open the front door of DDF. One multi-gunner turret surviving. How is that multi-gunner turret still alive as the Vindicator comes through, and DDF has just had his head broken open? GreenAlert once again going to be knocking down this refinery, and DDF, he is going to be so happy that he's got that third refinery that it never ended up going down, as the Imperial Warriors will be able to finish off this refinery. Goodbye to that allied refinery in the main base. He saves the harvester though, so he can convert it into a command hub, and he can sell it off to get a little bit of cash back for that. We have a cryoblast on the way. This is a tier 2 support power, and it locks down the refinery. It locks down the harvester as well. The Vindicator picks up both kills, goes heroic, and there was only one VX in the vicinity to deal with that. GreenAlert is producing extra harvesters to deal with his money problems. And, well, his money problems are about to be getting a whole lot better now that his economy is down to just one refinery of harvesting. This is, well, I guess it's winnable for both players, but it does feel very winnable now that he's killed off that refinery for DDF. And maybe Assault Destroyer is going to be the choice here as he goes Naval Yard. Stabilizing. Yeah, that is the turn of phrase. That is the word for DDF. Stabilize and stabilizing. It feels like that is what his goal has been for this game and most of last game as well. He did not go double airfield. He went for the barracks, he produced a bunch of multi-gunner turrets, and now he's going for the naval yard as well. Black hole armor is going to absorb so much damage here, and the chopper VX is on the ground, can't do anything versus these javelins, but that's okay. The javelins throw their lives away, dying to a harvester there for basically no reason, as DDF sends his javelins onto the front line, and they just end up going down. This harvester is almost gonna get a kill. The multi-gunner turret gets the kill slightly faster as the javelin soldiers will be sliced up by those Imperial warriors, but not before a chopper VX goes down. Black hole armor back on the menu here as the Vindicators come in for a bombing run, and the crushes are the next thing on the menu. The assault destroyer and the MCV both trying to crush these Empire units. Javelins inside of the protection of that black hole armor, getting to free fire on these units. Double trouble as that MCV crushes 5 Empire units in a row. And GreenAlert's army falls to pieces. GG comes out. Are you kidding me? DDF pulled that one back as well. GreenAlert looking perfect in the first 3 games, and now where has he gone in these last 2? We'll answer that question here on Battle Base Beta. where we're either going to end this series or we're going to the ace match. In the north, sticking with random. It doesn't matter what the scoreline is. This guy is letting the dice roll. This is DDF. And in the south, you love him for playing Soviets, but he's breaking your heart today. It's GreenAlert. Up 3-2. A very confident, very close lead here for GreenAlert. And we are into not ace match territory, but we are a lot closer than I thought we were going to be, especially with that MCV cell on Mers Landing. It was looking like it was going to be a clean sweep, a nice aggressive build right there in game number 4. And, well, it did not work out, and then it didn't work out again. But now we're back on the battle-based beta. A nice, normal, old-school ladder map, as ancient as they come. And you just have to win an EVE. That's all. So GreenAlert, we'll see if he goes for an MCV cell again. He did it 2 games in a row. Once was a mirror matchup, and then once versus allies. But here, he's on battle-based beta. He is playing a mirror matchup. Maybe he prefers Empire mirror matchups, but he did not prefer Soviet games. Nice transform there by DDF. Gets the kill on that burst drone. Both players trying to out-micro each other. As a beacon does get deployed there. It's Red Alert 3, so we can't actually see where the beacon was deployed unless you're like on the player vision, I think. When the beacon is set up, I think you can do it then. But anyways, we got a sudden transport out on the field. A couple of dank busters packed inside of it. And DDF, he's got a lot of distance still to cover. He's won 2 games, but he cannot make a mistake. He's got to win 2 more in an even fashion. But it does feel, you know, it does feel at least achievable now. Because before it was looking very dire. Maybe Big Tengu transform? Nope, doesn't want to go for it. Honorable Discharge has most likely been activated for both players. So if the Tengus die, they will take all of those tank busters with them. There's a big transform. They're trying to body block the tank busters from getting into that building. This sudden transport desperately wants to unload those tank busters. And this is a great angle of engagement here for DDF. GreenAlert getting pushed away. Tank busters in the middle of the map, though, for GreenAlert. And GreenAlert will pull back. He should be able to get there in time and wait for the cooldown so he can swap over and get some repairs if he needs to. MCV on the front line. You kill my refinery, I kill yours. That sudden transport getting close to disaster. The tank busters will pop on out, and there goes the Tengus, but there goes the tank busters as well. Everybody explodes in one big move. It is 11 units to 18, but they have the same army value, so I think the infantry numbers, a couple of Imperial Warriors and a couple of tank busters in these buildings, this one as well, and this one and this one, those might be inflating the numbers a little bit here. If DDF has just 1 Imperial Warrior there, then his army value might actually mean quite a bit more than the army value of his opponent. So that's the army grade, which is sort of an estimation of quality of units. And as you can see there, DDF is pretty far ahead in the army quality, even if they are basically dead even in army value. The units are typically a little bit better, and that's due to those Imperial Warriors inflating the numbers a little bit here for GreenAlert. But he does still have a massive Tengu army. He's going to be dropping onto these harvesters, splits off 2 Tengus to go for the harass. And will he commit any more into the fight, or is he just going to give up these 2 and then hope to get his damage done? He's splitting his Tengus into groups. He's actually going to get this harvester one way or the other. He's going to trade it back for quite a few Tengus as well. And GreenAlert just commits into the attack, but he gets both harvesters, and DDF has $300 in the bank. He has to sell off his Mecha Bay, and this time GreenAlert sees it. $1,000 in the bank, sells off his power plant as well. well. The economy is in shambles. DDF's income is about to drop to essentially zero. He may have won the army fight, but he is on a clock. And now he's going to commit into the attack. This is probably the best thing that he can do, is lose no time, get to the other side of the map, and start attacking. GreenAlert has taken his time to build Tier 2 to get tsunami tanks, and now this refinery is going to be going down. But how many Tengus are about to get crushed by this MCV? Okay, it's just 2. That was almost a disaster as well. A sneaky third refinery would be huge. Tengu's transforming. MCV taking a bit of damage here. Harvester back online for DDF. He's at least got 1 working away, and that's keeping him equal with his opponent. MCV, he just sells off the other refinery, and now he's wishing that he hadn't sold off that mecha bay. Selling off the refinery, you can do that right from the beginning to get that other refinery online. You can keep the mecha bay for repairs. These tank busters, the damage is going to be massive. There's no repairs on the side of DDF. The crushes are also going to be huge. The MCV is going to be taking so much damage. 4, make it 5 of these Tengus getting crushed. The tank busters doing massive work for GreenAlert. The numbers are disappearing for DDF. He gets the kill, he gets the MCV, but on the other side of the map, he's in desperate straits as well. Dire straits for both players, as GreenAlert with a little bit of game to give, but not much. You don't want to be going into an ace match losing a game like this. Wall's going to be coming in. Tsunami tanks just pumping out that damage. Both players about to be MCV-less as a dojo emerges, but a dojo gets knocked down. Tsunami tanks still just kiting it out, keeping away from this MCV. And on the other side of the map, GreenAlert has his own problems to deal with. Mecha Bay going down. MCV already eliminated. The Tengus are so slow at actually killing off buildings. The Tsunami tanks racing against time to burn down this MCV. Another dojo out. Honorable discharge or not. He's trying to give him more targets to shoot at instead of the MCV. How many buildings can he produce before the MCV goes down? And it's going to be an elimination situation for both players. Absolute carnage here in game number 6, but Tsunamis win the base race. Tengus are good, but Tsunami tanks are just better. How far spread out are the buildings? There's a power plant and a power plant. Everything is all grouped together here for DDF. He's only got 2 structures, and they're just spitting distance from each other. This MCV going down for both players, and now it's a refinery versus a power plant. 3 Tsunami tanks versus 5 Tengus on the other side. The power plant being targeted, but he's losing the race. The tank buster's getting in. The GG is held. Both players exploding at the same time. DDF tapping out first. Was that actually mutually assured destruction? No way. That actually was mutually assured destruction. I have never seen anything like that in Red Alert 3. GreenAlert killed DDF, and DDF had his units around that power plant so that when his units died, the last building of GreenAlert also died. So many crazy moments in that game, with DDF killing one of his own Tengus so he could get the honorable discharge damage onto the power plant to try to kill it that little bit faster, but then also both players so calm and cautious for the first 5 games of this series, basically, and then game 6, they just pour gasoline on it and burn the whole house down. What an absolutely incredible series to kick us off with, and what an insane game number 6 to finish it out. GreenAlert advances over DDF. He deserves to be here. He is proving it, and he wins an absolutely insane decider game of the first series of Gathering Storm. Buckle up, because we're heading in for more. And that sends us to Infinity Isle for game number 1 for this fresh best of 7. Our match number 2 of the bracket. On the left side, playing the purple Soviets, this is Harlen. And on the right side, playing the red allies with that airfield first. Give it up for DutchArmy. DutchArmy coming in as the number 2 seed versus Harlen coming in as, I believe, the number 3 seed from BattleNet. So as a result, he will be faced off against this number 2 seed. DDF and GreenAlert were the number 1 and the number 4 seeds from their respective qualifiers. War Factory is done. Bullfrog is out. Flak Cannon, is he going to keep it or just keep it at 99? He keeps it at 99 just for now. And of course, these players, they don't know. They don't know what the type of plane. The absolute insane banger that we just had to get through to make it to this one. So I think we're probably gonna calm down a little bit from that last series. Although the first 5 games of that series were not the same kind of level of insanity as that last game. And I think we're gonna have to take a breath, take a little bit of a reset, because I don't think we can expect the same level from this particular game. We'll see though. Maybe these guys do bring this out and we get 2 absolutely insane base races, one after another. DutchArmy going to be finishing up a Riptide. I don't think he ever went barracks, so if he does want to go Javs with this, they're going to be a little bit later. MCV spots that terror drone and deploys immediately. He does not get locked down. Bullfrogs are here to guard against the Vindicators, but it's 3 Vindicators versus 4 Bullfrogs, so the survivor race for the Vindicators will be pretty good, and there's going to be the refinery cancel. Riptide does get locked down here. It's just momentary. Power plant does get killed off, but there are 2 power plants here for the Soviet player, and he has gone super reactor to eventually give him hammer tanks, and he should have that finished up very soon here. Bullfrogs making their way back. Terror drone, very, very light defense here for Harlen. DutchArmy has also deployed his MCV far enough that maybe he can reach this expansion location. Maybe he's just out of range, but he can throw turrets pretty far onto the Soviet side of the map. So if DutchArmy wants, he can start going for a bit of a leapfrog design here, and it looks like the answer is no. It looks like he's backing up for a potential expansion. And even though we had some aggressive posturing here in the first 3.5 minutes, it kind of looks like players are just going to back off a bit. Nice instant cashback there by Harlen to get a little bit of value out of this oil derrick as DutchArmy. I mean, if you're not going to send those Vindicators deep into enemy territory to kill units, like killing off the oil derrick is probably the highest value choice that you can make there. It eliminates that additional income from your opponent. And now a couple of javelins going to be jumping inside of that building. So DutchArmy, he's a little bit late on grabbing his own oil derrick, but he's got a 3rd refinery up and running. Both players are staying even in that regard. And he killed off his opponent's oil derrick. So over time, that will pay bigger and bigger dividends for him. We'll see if the other oil derrick is also shortly going to be eliminated. Vindicators will spot the first Twin Blade, and this Twin Blade doesn't care. He is just crossing the map. When you go 4 Vindicators on one airfield like this, there are no Apollos to worry about. IFV comes on out. It's going to be able to chase away this Twin Blade for now. Terror drone got spotted. Terror drone gets killed off, and it's going to be a Riptide onto this water expansion immediately as it gets produced. It is now being harassed and shut down as well. Twin Blade escapes off to the north side, hunting a Riptide up there as well. This Riptide will eventually go down, but it's done a decent chunk of damage onto that refinery. Wouldn't be surprised to see eventually a cryoblast or something else be used to take that refinery down. Okay, he's going for the harvester here. Adaptive armor does get activated here, and that's, you know, if the Vindicators are out hunting for a target, you might as well drop your bombs on something, sort of anything. He didn't want to go for the refinery there for whatever reason, and actually adaptive armor is causing a little bit of a problem here. Harlen has forgotten that that harvester is just sitting offline. 3 twin blades being controlled up there in the north, and wow, this bombing run is now doing massive damage to the economy of Harlen, who's currently drawing a 0 in his bank account. He should have 4 working harvesters to match the 4 working harvesters of his opponent, but he realistically only has 3 for a good 30 seconds there, and now it's back online. He did remember, he did realize, and this is a command hub, so there is a bit of build radius here if a multi-gunner turret wants to be deployed by Dutch Army to keep him safe. Twin Blade gets pushed away. Twin Blade's diving into the main base. They will go for a little bit of damage onto that harvester, but actually the harvester walks away, and once again, the lost mining time might actually be bigger than the damage done. Toxins, it looks like, going to be getting dropped, or maybe satellites. It's going to be the toxins coming in to paint that harvester green, and the twin blades dancing around the edge. Vindicators come in for a swoop. They do some damage to the naval yard, and the twin blade coming in to finish off the harvester. That's 1 dead harvester, and Dutch Army did not start the harvester immediately, although at the same time, you don't really want to start the harvester immediately when it's going into the toxins. It's just going to be taking a bit of damage, so maybe it is better to hold off on that. But 2 harvesters down out of the 4 in just a couple of moments there. Another bombing run comes in, but the naval yard gets canceled and the ore refinery gets replaced. Actually, the naval yard didn't get canceled. He built a whole Akula sub out of it, so that naval yard did end up getting either sold off right at the end of its life, or it did get taken down. And Dutch Army getting back to work. He's back up to fully saturated on his economy, but it is going to be 5 refineries here for the Soviet player. Okay, maybe not 5 working refineries. We'll see as the twin blades get chased away. The Vindicators drop their bombs, and the hammer tanks are making a bit of progress there on the front line. Akula subs firing off their ultra torpedoes somewhere. Have they not actually chosen a target? They must have swapped for a different target. Twin Blade explodes, but the rest of the Twin Blades will get the kill. There is a second multi-gunner turret here, so there is an opportunity to blast more of these Twin Blades out of the sky. Vindicators coming in, and that's going to be a dead Akula sub as the Twin Blades try to escape. And meanwhile, this Harvester getting bullied away by that Riptide. Hammer tanks continuing to make very slow progress in the middle of the map. Reactor just to body block maybe for this ore collector to try and slow down those attacks, as the twin blades will eventually respond to that Riptide, but it will take a moment for them to get over there. A MiG and a flak cannon will make sure that this is not a free attack for the allied player, as the Soviet player gets a kill on a Vindicator. Harvester technically survives that attack, but it looks like he is in that low movement speed, that high damage mode that can afflict units. Hammer tank's going to be backing up. Harassment, consistent but not complete all the time from these players. Akula subs once again getting hurt by these multi-gunner turrets. A Vindicator maybe going down there, but maybe he just never rebuilt it. And the rest of them getting the successful bombing run against that refinery. Slowly but surely, Dutch Army working away at his opponent's economy over the course of this game. It's been about a $5,000 income advantage for Harlen, but it feels like it should be a lot more than that. Dutch Army was a little bit slower on a number of those expansions, but they've both been so consistent with their harassment, and now things are going to start to even out if it remains 4 versus 5 harvesters, or 4 versus 5 refineries, rather. MiGs coming in. MiGs hoping to protect these twin blades. Riptide ends up going down. Harvesters taking damage, and a big cryo shot in the middle of the map. The nice thing for the Crusher Crane player is that every harvester or every refinery that goes down, if the harvester survives, you always get the cash back for it, which is half the price of the refinery being rebuilt. All right, harvester going to be going down, and the refinery gets eliminated as well. Prospector moves out here to provide a little bit of build radius, but we saw the Athena cannons moving forward, and this is just a zoning move here for Harlen. DutchArmy is going to try and sidestep it. He goes over to one side, but he knows he's got that artillery advantage, and the Athena cannons going to be forcing that MCV to back on up. You do not want to stay there and fight those Athena cannons one-on-one when you are the MCV. IFV is going to be driving back through the toxins, taking a bit of damage there as the Bullfrogs and the Terror Drone and the Hammer Tanks all coming to the front line here. Hammer Tank's going to be able to leech away some of these weapons, and the Stasis actually getting kind of locked at the edge of the Aegis shield there, which is funny to see all of those effects all lined up. Athena cannons finding their shots. Vindicators on the edge of this fight, taking a lot of damage unnecessarily here as the flat cannons move forward. Mirage tanks as well. They are here to match the Soviet ground army. Dutch is not going to be going down without a fight, and while the harassment war was raging, quietly behind the scenes, he teched up, he built up his army, and he has an incredibly powerful ground force. We'll see if Harlen can find the right angle on the engagement here. Mirage tank, high damage, low health. Athena cannons, also high damage and fairly low health if you can get in and close the distance. But Mirage tanks are so good at dealing with low health enemy units. Cryoblast going to be coming in, will draw both armies. No, both armies gonna back up as the Athena cannons get a couple of free shots there. Bark gets off, but most of the units are still in play. Athena cannons backing up from the front line. Mirage tank trying to close in, blasting these Soviet units one by one. Aegis shield is popped. It's free damage for the Allied army, but they step forward out of the protection of the Aegis shield, and they're getting eaten up. The Bears find a roar. The Twin Blades come in, then they back off as everyone gets rolled over. The Terror Drones locking these last T units in place. Hero Mirage with a Mirage tank with a Hammer tank attached to it as the Vindicators come in. They bomb out those tanks, and the Twin Blades are on cleanup duty. It's a multi-gunner turret to try and hold the line. Both players absolutely exploding armies on both sides. Harlen with the big army value advantage in that fight, but dropping, both players dropping more than 10k of army value over the course of that fight. And you can see the army grade was in favor of DutchArmy at the beginning there of that fight, and then as all of those expensive high-tech units got destroyed, that army grade came back to even. Vindicators almost just saving that fight for DutchArmy. They made that fight much, much closer than it otherwise was going to be. And Harlen, the only reason he was able to pull something out of that fight was he resisted the urge to run in. He picked so many units off at range, and the Athena cannons using their Aegis shield, it means they're not firing on enemy units. A couple of units going down at just the right moment allowed Harlen to stay in it, but then the Vindicators coming in at that last second and bombing out like half of the remaining units on the ground made it a much more even trade in the end. Twin Blades take down the Riptide, and this MCV needs to be healed up. We need an engineer to come out to heal up Harlen's MCV. This multi-gunner turret also a great choice by DutchArmy. It was back a little bit and providing that cover fire as the armies were thinning out. You don't want to be charging into a multi-gunner turret like that. Athena cannon on the low ground. DutchArmy can find the angle. The Athena cannon should be able to reach this water refinery. Apollo's gonna get maybe some free damage onto these Twin Blades. Harlen not realizing what he was walking into, but now the satellite drop is gonna come in. The MiG crashes down, and the Athena gets eliminated. The Athena got trapped. The Aegis shield to hold off the Twin Blade damage and survive one threat left the Athena vulnerable to another threat. Walls coming in. Double Mirage tank on the front line, and that's going to be a Cryogeddon on top of that refinery. Sells it off. Throws down the reactor just in time, though. The reactor means... Vindicator traded back. The reactor means that the build radius is preserved, so you can restart that refinery basically immediately. But I appreciate that Dutch Army chose to go for the kill on the harvester. He knows that this Soviet player wants the cash back from that harvester to fuel the next refinery, and Dutch Army didn't let him have it. It did cost him a Vindicator, though, so he has to live with that decision. Was denying that harvester worth losing a Vindicator over? Athena Cannon now going to be able to target this refinery, and there's going to be the ore refinery get replaced. We do see that occasionally from Soviet players versus someone who has artillery. Naval Yard going down there. The Dolphin has been able to kill off this harvester, it looks like. But we do sometimes see this goofy placement of the refinery because it allows the harvester to still harvest, but it keeps the refinery out of Athena Cannon range. And so this is not ideal, but it is better than nothing, and allows this harvester to still do this refinery location to still be utilized, and that ore node to still gain some advantage for the Soviet player versus whoever has the artillery that you're fighting against. And in this case, the harvesters, you know, it's going to kind of time out with the way that it will work. It won't be exactly efficient, but you do what you can. Dolphin will show up. Twin Blades trying to get the kill. Athena Cannons not in range for this one, but the Akula subs out there in the water looking for the hunt. Apollos versus MiGs. The Apollos love that fight. A flak cannon gonna get added on. Harlen's like, you know what? If this refinery is gonna be useful, I might need a little bit more defense here. Dutch Army, I feel like the ground army is where he should be playing his cards. That is what he has mostly been spending his time rebuilding. He hasn't gone big into the airfield. But man, Dutch Army is getting so much value out of this one Dolphin, doing so much work. These MiGs getting some free shots against these Apollos. And now with the flak cannon here, the aircraft are a bit less of a threat there. Harvester back online. Toxins getting dropped. Another big support power used in the middle of the map. It was the Cryoblast earlier, and now it is the Toxins as the Akula sub finally deals with that. Oh, these Twin Blades are not in range. The flak cannon can't protect them. The Apollo getting some free shots off there. But that one Dolphin got so much value for Dutch Army. He did so much with just that single unit. Naval Yard now going to be getting targeted, and Dutch Army adds a second minigunner turret, multi-gunner turret onto the front line there. A minigunner turret a little bit different there, but, you know, similar but not quite the same. This is more Mirage tanks, no Guardians, no IFVs in this version of the army. A lot of Javelin soldiers as well. Do we have the Bears on the other side? Only 2 of them. So if the Bears get off big roars, then those Javelins could be made completely useless. But if the Bears are stopped, the Aegis shield gets popped, the Javelins can do massive damage to the enemy, sort of for free. We'll see how these players are able to handle this engagement. Twin Blades are also going to be absolutely massive. Bullfrog's going to be forcing those Apollos away. Naval Yard does go down. Apollo's backing off. Athena Cannon's ready. A whole wall of Mirage tanks. When you get this many Mirage tanks, it can be difficult to actually burst them down. They may be relatively low health, but they are not weak units by any stretch. Flak cannons, even if these are just to distract, it just buys time for the Soviet player. And actually, he's gone V4s. We see the Kirov as well, something we always love to get to see as an observer, as viewers. We all love the Kirovs participating in the battle. So many Mirage tanks. V4s on the low ground, trying to play the distance game with these Athena cannons. And I think these flak cannons, I don't think any of them have actually been constructed, so I think they've all been counted as canceled buildings, not actually killed off buildings, but I haven't been paying exact attention to them. Are we going to go Dreadnought? A Naval Yard getting built at that position versus an allied player who hasn't been playing Cryocopters does make me think Dreadnoughts. Normally, you don't necessarily want to go dreadnoughts because they are so big, so heavy, and cryocopters do such a good job of neutralizing them. But this is an allied player who's been played very few cryocopters. He's not going the air superiority build where you're double, triple, quadruple airfield. You've got tons and tons of Apollos, and we'll see if these Apollos can actually do something here. They get some chip damage against those twin blades. Both players not ready to give up their first game loss yet. They both have a perfect record so far in this tournament, but it's going to come crashing down sooner or later. Twin Blade's going to be absorbing some of that damage there as the Apollos get a couple of kills, and it looks like the Assault Destroyer will go down. Hydrofoil gets eliminated as well, but not before trading against another Twin Blade. Dreadnoughts starting to put pressure on this allied base. There's the shrink down as the Dreadnought will roam away, and the Cryogeddon will fire off in the north on top of the naval yard, on top of the refinery. Everyone get out of the way because a single Vindicator is going to come in to try and finish everything off, but he either misplayed it or he was only going for the refinery. Vindicator comes in, Flak Cannon going to force perhaps everything else away. Dreadnought gets shrunken down again, and the aircraft carrier is now here. The Soviet suppression of this naval yard has lasted for so long, but it is not perfect. Harlen has not been able to completely stop Dutch Army. This terror drone, however, is stopping the aircraft carrier because, of course, they can't launch any drones while they are locked in like that. Moments too late. The black hole armor will absorb the damage, but it doesn't save the aircraft carrier as Dutch Army and Harlen are fighting a war of artillery, a war on air, water, and land. As they fight back and forth, Dutch Army getting ready to move forward once again. The toxins getting dropped on his land forces on the ridge. The high ground can be poisoned. Kirov's ready to move in. Athena cannons are here. V4s firing back. The calm before the storm. IFVs back in the mix. Apollos, cryocopters, Mirage tanks. This is so much damage from the allied player. Well, a chunk of it just got eliminated with that Athena cannon going down. This Dreadnought playing on the edge of range because he's been shrunk down so many times that these allied units have been keeping the Dreadnought from being effective. Well, the Dreadnought took a lot of attention, but didn't get very many kills, if any. Harvester ends up going down. Apollos will give chase. MiGs getting a couple of shots off. I don't know that the MiGs want to take the fight that far away from the flak cannon. So often the MiGs will start the fight with a little bit of health still missing because it's hard to remember to send all of your units back for repairs every single time. These Apollos just guard dogs of the air. Double airfield, but I feel like there aren't that many Apollos. I think he's only gone 3 or 4 Apollos. Yeah, 4 Apollos here and like 1 Vindicator. It is not a big air superiority battle for Dutch Army. Dutch Army has now finished up his refinery out here on the water, trying to match that of his opponent. The Eco staying close, but always Harlen favored. Apollos looking for the engage there. Harlen keeping Dutch Army away from that water refinery has been a big help. Harvester will end up getting frozen, and this power plant maybe as well. Oh, but the Riptide gets frozen also. Satellites will be dropped. Ultra torpedoes probably fired off there, and there's going to be the sell-off. And that's just a tier 2 satellite drop. That's not a full tier 3, so he either used the point in something else. And okay, the Riptide ends up going down, but the reactor does survive. So the build radius is maintained. And as long as the MCV is here, the build radius is still maintained here for the Allies as well. Akula sub getting chased away. The Assault Destroyer will push that Akula back. Javelin Soldier moving forward. One lone Javelin Soldier. He's going to laser lock those conscripts which is a funny idea. But hey, you know, if it works, it works. Peacekeeper gets a kill there. Apollos over top. They are finding these angles so many times, these Apollos, doing chip damage to these Soviet air forces. And he's always finding right whatever is the edge of the flak cannon range. The edge of the flak cannon range. Oh my gosh, this dreadnought almost bombing himself. Not something you see very often. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why Soviet players hate building dreadnoughts versus Allied players, is the combination of shrink down plus a Vindicator bomb drop. Those 3 bombs slamming into a small dreadnought do so much damage. Iron Curtain less than a minute away. Assault destroyer getting bombed out, but now the aircraft carrier coming in to knock down that dreadnought. Scouting pattern comes in. Bear comes in for the scout as well. No flare for the toxins just yet. Apollo's once again trying to find the edge. Dutch Army so good at finding where is the absolute edge of this anti-air defense. Dreadnought may have gotten taken out, but the Akula subs are making sure that it's not safe for the Allied player either. The aircraft carriers are also under threat. Iron Curtain is ready. Where is he going to use it? Is going to be Bullfrogs to help out the Twin Blades so the Bullfrogs can just chase. Twin Blades are moving in. Bullfrogs going deep into enemy territory, and these Twin Blades, they don't care. Maybe they're just here to sacrifice themselves. Iron Curtain is keeping him safe for now. Multi-gunner turret gets deployed. Bullfrogs trying to blast away those aircraft carrier drones. I guess if they're attacking the Bullfrogs, they're not attacking anything else, and the GG comes out. 26-minute build-up, and then nothing. Just an absolute tap-out. No big fight to send us off. No last chance or big hurrah. The first win is picked up, and Harlen did pick up that win. And that means Fire Island will be the battleground for game number 2. In the north, playing the purple Soviets, this is Harlen. And in the south, with the Allies going with the red, this is Dutch Army. A 26-minute game, back and forth for so much of it, so harassment heavy, and then no big final battle to end it all, just the tap out. We can hope for a little bit more of a conclusive action here on Fire Island rather than just build up and leaving us hanging. But we've got ourselves the classic Fire Island. Used to see this map an absolute ton. Fell out of favor a little bit, but now it is back here for playoffs. It is going to be Riptide coming out here for Dutch Army. We'll see if he does the thing that Allied players do love to do, which is to park your MCV basically right there in the middle so that you can somewhat easily harass your opponent's expansion and make it just a little bit difficult for them to live life. I'm surprised that Harlen has not gone for his own engineer, but he was scared of an airfield opener, and so he did skip that engineer, and he will, I assume, pick up one of these oil derricks just a little bit later. Dog over there on the potential scout at that expansion location, and the terror drone hunting the dog all the way into the corner of the map. Harlen paying attention to which way that dog was going. You can see he's got the bear over here on the right side, so he's like, I'm gonna just assume that your dog is up there, but he wanted to deny the scout. And Dutch Army actually saves the oil derrick. The Riptide makes it up to the front line soon enough. that the oil derrick does get saved. And I guess Harlen didn't want to capture that one back because he wanted to kill it instead. There we go. MCV moving forward. Dutch Army knows the play here on Fire Island. Vindicator's coming in. Second Vindicator flying kind of an interesting path will end up going down. So a Bullfrog goes down, but traded back for a Vindicator. And for the most part, the Soviet player will be happy with that. The refinery does get canceled. The MCV position is revealed. And Harlen says, nope, no thanks. I actually don't want that refinery location. I do want some walls there, though. And sometimes you will see players try to take this naval expansion with this MCV positioned there. And you just try to fight it out in a little bit of a different shape. But in this case, Harlen is like, let's draw back. He's got his super reactor up. He's going to sell off one of his other reactors. But he has not gone for any kind of eco. He is just pulling back. He is just defending a little bit. Dutch Army, on the other hand, third refinery, up and running, looking good. Happy to do it. Doesn't want to take this one just yet. We'll see if maybe he chooses to knock down those walls in a moment. But Dutch Army is actually going to get both oil derricks. Very rare that you get to see an allied player do that, but we do get to see it in this case. Multi-gunner turret deploys, might get himself a Bullfrog kill basically for free here. Heavy damage onto a Bullfrog. Vindicator's coming in. One Vindicator down. Second Vindicator gets eliminated as well, and no Bullfrogs go down. Dutch Army almost had the killer play there, killing off two Bullfrogs for almost nothing, and he ends up losing both of the Vindicators and killing neither of the Bullfrogs. Almost, just didn't work out. However, double oil derrick with a third refinery, he is going to be feeling quite good about this setup. So losing two Vindicators, ordinarily, very bad thing for an allied player. In this case, if he can keep Harlen just corralled in his base, if he can keep Harlen off of the field, then, you know, it starts to become who cares about an inefficient play here, a bad move there, because I'm just going to take over the whole map and you're going to have basically nothing. Harlen, did he sell his MCV? I was kind of expecting a crusher crane into an MCV crush. And there's going to be an engineer, so we can assume that that is going to be an MCV sell from Harlen. MCV might get infected here, but it wouldn't be worth much just because the airfield is so close. So the best you can hope for is to just lock down the MCV with the stasis. Terror drone gets frozen. Double cryocopter onto the front line. This is a difficult position for the Soviet player to be in. 26-minute back and forth, but game number 2 is taking a whole different shape. If Harlen pulls this one out, that would be amazing from this kind of a position. Look at that graph. Not going in a good direction for Harlen, and 2.2k per minute advantage for Dutch Army is crazy, but that is how it goes sometimes. Triple cryocopter. There are more cryocopters than there are Bullfrogs. Even with a cryocopter going down, there are more cryocopters than Bullfrogs. Even with a hammer tank picking up a flak weapon from a Bullfrog, there are more cryocopters than Bullfrogs in this game. Not a good situation for the Soviet player to be in. Harlen hasn't tapped out yet. I'm not sure what his plan is to come back from this kind of a position. There we go. GG gets called. Dutch Army fights it out for 26 minutes, and then it's just 7 minutes, and everything is evened up. You could say the sins of the past were forgotten. 2 very different games, one after the other. And we're also doing a little bit of a road trip through like the most played competitive maps of Red Alert 3 history all time. Here on Battle Base Beta in the north, this is Harlen. And in the south, give it up for Dutch Army. The Red Allies come to roost here on Battle Base Beta. Yeah, there used to be, 5, 10, maybe 15 years ago, but at least 10 years ago, Infinity Isle, Fire Island, Battle Base Beta. You could run a whole tournament, and those 3 maps would show up like 99% of the time. Also, we played a lot more best of 3s and best of 5s back then. Best of 7 basically only for the finals. So you could very easily, if it's a 3-0, you could very easily have these 3 maps be like the only ones played for the vast majority of a tournament. That bear actually goes down. The Peacekeeper gets eliminated, but the second Peacekeeper picking up a couple of kills here. Well done to that Peacekeeper. So yeah, here in this best of 7, we're doing like a greatest hits of these old original ladder maps that shipped with the game. Bear gets cleaned up there. Refinery, airfield, but a barracks for the allied player. He gets his oil derrick nice and early. Split of the oil derricks on this map, unlike Fire Island, where there's a bit of poker, there's a bit of a coin flip for the oil derricks. In this case, there is not. In this case, it works out quite well for these players to each get 1 apiece. And like I've talked about a number of times, no big commitment into Peacekeepers right from the beginning. You get maybe 4 or 5 out on the field. Maybe he got a couple of bears as well. It looks like he maybe either drafted a Javelin Soldier or he just blasted those buildings with Peacekeepers. But he's probably got 1 Javelin Soldier roaming around the place. Vindicators, they spot the fast 3rd refinery. So this is potentially a greedy move here from Harlen to go 3rd refinery before Super Reactor. It is a bit safer to get the hammer tanks out first. But DutchArmy, he's gone for his own relatively quick 3rd refinery. He was not going for anything too aggressive that you would need hammer tanks to defend for, and Harlen had the 3 bullfrogs, so it works out very well so far for Harlen. Airfield started up immediately after that super reactor finishing. Bullfrogs getting some good damage into those Vindicators, forcing the Vindicators back, and the damage spread across the Vindicators actually could have killed one of them. So if either one of those Vindicators had stayed in range of the Bullfrogs, it would have died. But DutchArmy did split them apart, sent them on separate paths, and so the damage got split apart across both of them. And as a result, both ended up surviving. Hammer tank is out. Buildings in the middle get broken. Sometimes they are sort of key parts of the game plan. And DutchArmy has been doing this pretty consistently, going for this command hub expansion. It is much more common for players to just move their MCV around. Sputniks, command hubs, a lot less common to see players actually commit into them. That Vindicator not able to escape that time. But in this case, DutchArmy multiple times in that last game, in the first game, and other allied players as well, have been going for this command hub style expansion. Hammer tank's going to be picking up a little bit of damage here from the Peacekeepers, but they're also sucking the life out of this multi-gunner turret, so no big loss there. Harlen looking to set up a 4th refinery to match that of his allied opponent, and he did have the scouting bear in the south. So Harlen has a good idea that his opponent is going for that expansion, but he may not have seen the exact timing. Terror drone potentially moving in. Maybe there's an angle. This is a great multi-gunner turret placement to deal with a terror drone. But the MiG is actually going to absorb the attention of... Oh, nicely done. Both players handling that exactly as they should have. The MiG was there to absorb the attention of the multi-gunner turret, but the Apollos were also there to counter the MiG and deal with twin blades. And we can't even discuss it because the hammer tanks are moving in. The multi-gunner turret is going to get deployed, and the hammer tanks will back off. Second terror drone here on the field. Cryo shot maybe firing off. No, it's just a couple of Apollos getting left behind, getting blasted open by those bullfrogs because DutchArmy is too busy over here on the front line dealing with the main part of the attack to pay attention to those Apollos. One Apollo does manage to escape, and this Guardian tank is going to be traded back. Leech beam from the hammer tank means that guy's got 2 weapons, and one of them has been shrunken down, but not crushed just yet. A shrunken down hammer tank can be dangerously blasted to bits by these Peacekeepers. Don't park in range! Get out of there! Peacekeepers, they're pretty good at killing bullfrogs. They're pretty good at killing shrunken down hammer tanks. And that's one of those things, this exact move. The hammer tanks are in range, they shrink down, and they just keep attacking and they move forward. But Harlen is on top of it. He pulls both of them back so quickly. Really nicely done, again, by both players. Not quite exactly perfect, optimal every single move, but basically always making the correct optimal choice. Both players on top of their game here on Battle-Based Beta. Now, I say that, they're probably both going to just scuff this somehow and delay and make that a lie. But in this case, cryo shot fires off. Well handled by both players. Again, the decision-making is just exactly right for both of these players. They're handling all of this setup and all of these exchanges as well as they can. Guardian Tank doing a little bit of dance in there, and the Vindicators know it's going to be the Apollos going for the Scout, going for the look, as the Cryocopters will move over. Cryocopter a little bit too late there, and the Harvester will go down. The Vindicator goes down. A very costly attack there for the allied player. 3 grand of army value just disappeared on that little harassment play that DutchArmy tried to go for. Shrink comes in, 2 hammer tanks on the front line get made small. Double barrel hammer tank still here to fight it out. Terror drone on the front line, and Harlen, as long as he doesn't scuff this engagement, can find a big win here with his army against the allied player. These shrunken down hammer tanks are really cutting down his factual firepower. The theoretical firepower is so much higher than what you saw actually getting used there by Harlen. So few of his tanks were firing for the majority of that fight. There was a big tank advantage there for Harlen at the start of that fight, but the Cryocopters basically neutralized the armor advantage of Harlen. In contrast to game number 1, there is no harassment happening on either side of the map in game number 3. These two guys were so harassment focused on Infinity Isle, but here they're much more centrally focused, as the Guardian Tank's going to be moving in low power mode on this sentry gun, not going to be participating in this fight. The Terror drones trying to lock down some of these targets, trying to get guaranteed kills, but for the current moment, it's just guns trading places. 3 of these hammer tanks have double gun range upgrades, and these bullfrogs want to get a kill, but the Cryocopters pull back. Terror drone gets the infect, but the Guardian Tanks go down. And now the hammer tanks, again, they get shrunken down and they can't participate in this fight. Harlen moving forward, hoping he has the armor advantage with these double barrel hammer tanks that he can actually win a fight. But with all of the shrinks coming through, he just can't get the actual damage out. Multi-gunner turret, if the shots land, they do well against the hammer tanks. Harlen trying to bait DutchArmy into these engagements so that he can use his leech beam to heal up his tanks and get those guns. Building is going to provide a little bit of healing here. Nice stoppage there from Harlen to stop the hammer tanks that are already full health from absorbing the health from that building. By and large, he stopped most of them. A couple of them were still firing, but by and large, he stopped most of them. Riptide ends up getting shut down there. Whatever was inside of that Riptide, it didn't actually do anything. And now, once again, we've got a big army value advantage here for Harlen, but how much of it will actually be utilized in this fight? Leech Beam trying to get maximum value out of these tanks, out of these units, as the Terror drone locks down a Guardian tank. So far, Harlen doing this right. He's got so many tanks that are shrunken down, that are out of the fight, and he's trying to get value out of the ones that he can. Cryocopters coming back in. This is 4 Cryocopters, so even if a fight starts good for Harlen, DutchArmy can finish it off with just a couple of units and these Cryocopters. Harlen is handling this so well. He might get caught on the ramp. Cryoblast comes out. 1, 2 tanks. No, just a bullfrog. That's great for Harlen. You'll happily trade 1 bullfrog for that. There's the rush forward. Peacekeeper's getting big damage done as the bears come in. None of the roars actually land. He goes for the kill. He goes for the swipe, and it doesn't work out, but the tanks are crushing. The hammer tank numbers cannot be denied, and if the Cryocopters aren't there to save the day, then the hammer tanks tanks win the fight. Multi-gunner turret on the front line. MiG basically getting blasted apart as soon as it shows up. Harlen's dancing is looking perfect. He call him the dance master because he is calling it exactly right. These Guardian tanks trying what they can, but they've ran out of space, and Harlen picks up his second win of the series. And that takes us to Liberation Freeze. It's not a garden, it's a frozen liberty. And in the south, representing the Allies, this is DutchArmy. Going for that airfield first. And in the north, playing the Soviets. Give a cheer for Harlen! Harlen versus DutchArmy. It is feeling like quite a back and forth, like each of the individual games even. Not just the scoreline itself, but the individual games are all feeling so back and forth. Both of these guys playing so well. They are bringing their A game here in Red Alert 3. And that dance from Harlen, he was not doing much in terms of like, he was clicking a million times, and if you're not paying attention, it didn't look like much was happening, but he was handling that engagement so unbelievably well. It is so easy to click the wrong way at just the wrong time and to slip up with your units, and then you lose the whole fight, especially versus cryocopters. And you almost saw that happen with the shrunken down tanks, a couple of them getting blasted to bits by those peacekeepers, but Harlen kept control almost perfectly that entire time, and those dance steps were just executed so well by Harlen. And DutchArmy down 5, 6, 8K, whatever it was in army value, and still making that fight so incredibly close because he was so good at protecting his cryocopters. Both players bringing their A game. Absolutely appreciate how much people are putting in to these games here in Gathering Storm. It is a pleasure and a joy to get to watch this level of Red Alert 3, this level of competitive Command & Conquer. It is a blessing to have eyes with an event like this. And let's just hope that the best games are not here in the quarterfinals and that it just suddenly goes downhill after this. Little hit squad moving out, bullfrogs and sickles. One terror drone there as well, but this MCV is positioned suspiciously far forward. Is he just going to crash into... Okay, it's going for a body block. So he drops the super reactor there because the MCV can't drive through it. You can kind of break walls with an MCV. It is a little bit janky to do, but you can do it. And oopsie daisy. A little bit of a mix-up there for... He's going to do the MCV cell thing. Set up right next to it. Bada bing, get yourself 2,500 and force your opponent back. Where's the terror drone? There's the terror drone. Immediate infect. So we got the stasis and the infect, and it looks like the engineer did survive. It's always nice when you can lock this MCV down for a little bit longer, that you can stasis it at the front line for a minute or so and really chip away at that health. You see there's another terror drone coming in here. Perfect diversion there by DutchArmy. Pulls his Vindicators over, away from the sickles, away from the front line, because he's hunting the more important target. He's hunting those terror drones and stopping them from stasising this MCV. Great move there by DutchArmy. Harlen knew what the play was, and DutchArmy read it like a book. But it doesn't solve the problem that there's still an MCV infected by a terror drone, and that airfield is so far away. Harlen, what can he do with this? Because he's put himself on a clock. Selling off that MCV, having his hand sort of forced here, has bought him a minute, maybe 2 minutes, to deal with this attack, to deal with whatever DutchArmy is trying to do. And now DutchArmy knows that Harlen is in this awkward situation. So the transition from here is going to be important. Terror drones and sickles both going down together as this mass Riptide fighting against this mass sickle. Heavy losses on both sides as another Riptide ends up going down. The Vindicators being kept at bay by these bullfrogs are the only reason why this fight can go so reasonably well for the Soviet player. Otherwise, those Vindicators would have swooped in, bombed out the Sickles, and the Riptides would have had a very easy time killing off the remaining units. But in this case, the Sickles held their own versus the Riptides. They stopped DutchArmy from being able to cross the map, and once again, the dance steps are just feeling perfect between these two players. Harlen matches the move of DutchArmy, but he wasn't able to get the kill on the MCV. So now DutchArmy has a distinct advantage, but what can he do with it? It is great for Harlen that oil derrick was never captured by DutchArmy, that he never went barracks, that he never had that going for it. And targeting these reactors is not a bad move here by DutchArmy. If he wants to just kill off the reactors, since he's already got the units on that side of the map, that's not a bad thing to do with an MCV being sold off there. And meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it could just be an MCV rebuild for Harlen. If he can keep DutchArmy on the south side of the map, distracted and not paying attention to whatever is coming out of that war factory, then that will be good. Vindicators will finally get a couple of kills here, but of course the Sickles just get blasted. That's what didn't happen earlier in those fights, because the Vindicators were kept at bay, bombing out the terror drones and bombing out and being kept away by the bullfrogs. It has to be an MCV, right? Like, it's been so long. Harlen is going MCV. There's the rebuild. It has cost him a lot of time and a lot of money, and it gets spotted immediately by this Vindicator. The scout comes in, the cryo shot will come in as well, and the harvester gets pulled off. You might as well drop your bombs. Sometimes players want to just break the walls, but this is going to be a difficult attack to hold. Vindicators should be coming across to do as much as they can, and the terror drone gets into the harvester, so Harlen is doing as much as he can, harassing the other side of the map. He stole that oil derrick out from under DutchArmy's nose, and now the terror drone is going to get crushed. The Riptide is going to get crushed. With the help of that terror drone, the MCV is able to pull off that crushing move. Oil derrick being targeted down. Third refinery up and running. Fourth refinery up and running, but no harvester here on the high ground for DutchArmy. Should be back up momentarily, but that's as good of a graph as you could ask for a Soviet player. And the difference that you're seeing there is basically oil derrick. For a big chunk of this game, they were both on 2 refineries, and then Harlen had 2 oil derricks. So then that third refinery finishing up for DutchArmy didn't mean as much as it normally would. This double reactor from Harlen has been quite beneficial for him. He has Vindicators coming in. One of them goes down. The other one goes down. Another big misstep there for DutchArmy. Those expensive air units getting eliminated. And now killing off this reactor doesn't mean nearly as much now that the super reactor has finished. The MCV, if it goes to the high ground, he can add another reactor on up there if he needs it. But another harvester gets cut down. These refineries are just not working efficiently for DutchArmy. Even though he's got 4 refineries, so rarely have all 4 of them actually been working at the same time over the course of this game. Terror drones and Sickles doing a bit of harassment. That guy didn't quite finish jump school. He always had a little bit of an assist in school, and now he's out in the real world, and the assist doesn't always come through. There we go. The cryocopters do manage to get the shrink and the freeze, and the terror drone gets the infect! Oh no! DutchArmy, the bad luck. I don't even know what the spawn rate is for terror drones. It's not 100%. It is a terror drone surprise, they call it. But he gets the harvester anyways. That is unbelievable for Harlen here, that he gets that play. And now another cryo shot. That's the second cryo shot of the game, and neither one of them have actually caught the harvesters. Oil derrick finally going back to DutchArmy. Look at that. Things have actually caught up. This 4 refinery versus, for a time, 2 refineries, now versus 3 refineries. But this 4 refinery versus 2 and then 3 refineries has actually finally resulted in an income advantage for DutchArmy. And that is the power of harassment and those early oil derricks for Harlen. And now we're getting close to the 10-minute mark. We're kind of in a normal game. Like, it's 3 refineries versus 4 refineries. The allied player kind of has 4 refineries. Not always has 4 refineries. Yeah, you better back up. Where are your bullfrog buddies? Riptide moving forward as well. This Riptide might actually just get caught and killed by the Twin Blades. That's free for the Soviet player. I don't know what the play there was for Harlen. Like, he knows that the cryocopters are out. He's seen them already. And what is Harlen going to do here? Is he going single airfield and just a couple of MiGs, or is he going to try and do the mass airfield thing that Soviet players sometimes do, where they will go triple airfield and they'll get 12 MiGs? And they'll know that the allied player is probably going to get a couple of Vindicators and won't necessarily have the Apollos in even numbers with the MiGs. And then you can look for a fight of MiGs versus, or Apollos versus MiGs and Bullfrogs getting in on the action. Cryocopter protected so well in that last game, maybe not protected as well in this game, as the IFV is going to pick up some big damage against these air units, but it's spread evenly across 3 different air units, and a cryocopter gets blasted. A hero Bullfrog, a true hero of the people, by blasting the cryocopter out of the sky. Riptide's going down, Hammer Tank's trading back, but these units aren't being killed off. They're getting so close to death, and finally, the cryocopter, or the Twin Blade, will go down. The Javelin soldiers and the IFVs getting a kill there as the barracks gets eliminated, and the Hammer Tanks, they should be getting cut to ribbons, but they have been fighting so well throughout this series, and now the MiG goes down, the cryocopter gets eliminated, the terror drone's gonna pick up an extra kill, and the Bullfrogs getting trapped. The Guardian tanks have found their easy targets, and not as many terror drones spawning in that time, but the last couple of kills, it's a hero Hammer Tank versus a hero Guardian tank, but the Hammer Tank has more friends. Double barrel hero Hammer Tank on the front line now for Harlen. Cryocopters going down, a messy engagement for both players that did not go how they wanted. Neither one of them was particularly happy with how that went. That was a messy engagement. Satellite drop coming in, and the power plant does get sold off in time. Nicely done there by DutchArmy. He doesn't get the freeze or the kill on this oil derrick. I did think he was going to be able to get the freeze on the oil derrick, but nope, not going to happen. And yes, early, just before that big last fight, there were so many moments and engagements. Cryocopters coming in, Bullfrogs with no MiG support means that the cryocopters get the kill. Vindicator swoops in, gets all the credit. Twin Blade gets deployed, but it's low power mode for DutchArmy. Bit unfortunate for that multi-gunner turret. Can't do a good job of defending that location if the lights are out. Twin Blades and MiGs sort of need to come back into rotation for Harlen. He is having a hard time fighting this with just Bullfrogs. These Twin Blades just poking and prodding at those harvesters all around the map. Power plant getting targeted down, always nice when allied players, on this map in particular, they love their little power plants out there on the water. Their external power plants that are placed in quite vulnerable positions. Meanwhile, Terror Drone coming in. But before that last big engagement, Harlen had so many units that had taken a bunch of damage, but none of them had actually died. And that was a big advantage that he had. But now, Guardian Tanks are getting free damage onto this Hammer Tank. That's a free kill. Hardly answered back. That's not what you want. As they all light up one target. Ah, we found him, boss. We know exactly which one to kill. And as this game explodes into fights on 3 different fronts, the oil derrick going down, the toxins coming in, the Terror Drone trying to get the kill, the Twin Blade joining in and kills the Terror Drone on accident. The power plant goes down. Cryocopters are hanging out over there, almost participating in that fight, but not quite. Meanwhile, onto the high ground, it's going to be a cryo blast. There's going to be the sell-off, and will he kill off the harvester as well? In this case, it will be worth building a crusher crane somewhere on the map, maybe over here for the repairs on your ground army, or maybe a little bit further back if you want it more centralized. But either way, get a crusher crane so you can recoup some value from these harvesters. This harvester also just survived in the Twin Blade Terror Drone combo, did some good work, got some good harassment in, but throughout this game, the harassment has been pretty consistent from Harlen to DutchArmy. And as you can see there, DutchArmy taking the income advantage for a little while. He should have had it a bit more, but the harassment was so consistent and so effective that he just barely had the advantage. Then it switches back to Harlen's advantage. Then it goes back to DutchArmy. They have been going back and forth. I mean, it's 69 versus 67k in the bank here for total resources gathered between these two players. Cryocopter's not able to get the freeze. Sometimes with the big group of them like that, they're able to get essentially an instant freeze. That Terror Drone should have just waited for the Twin Blade to kill off the Riptide. Unfortunately, he does end up going down there. Harlen, once again, just trying to harass these harvesters, trying to kill them off, trying to shut them down. But it's mostly been defended against now by DutchArmy. The last minute or two, he's been doing a better job of holding back those forces. But all throughout there, oh, there we go. There we go. The Akula sub tried to get a shot off against somebody. Naval Yard gets deployed, so that harvester will heal up eventually. And this other harvester, he may be a little bit slow, but it doesn't add that much to the equation. What is this IFV doing? That one multi-gunner IFV must be going with a cryocopter or a cryogeddon or something. They gotta have something coming over here to freeze down this stuff. IFV going to be committing into that attack. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's going to be the oil derrick absorbing a little bit of the attention here. Terror Drone gets an infect there. That Guardian tank will die eventually, but Harlen, it doesn't look like he was paying attention here because he was looking elsewhere as the Dolphin goes down and the cryocopters move forward. 4 of them grouped together can instantly freeze almost anything on the battlefield. Terror Drone and a Twin Blade might pick up an extra kill here as the Twin Blade moves forward, absorbs some damage, and Harlen, he may be getting a bit of harassment. He may be getting a couple of extra kills here. It looks like a cryocopter going down back there, but it's going to be the toxins. It's going to be a massive clean out of the infantry if they don't move. Toxins a little too slow. And then, well, never mind. 4 or 5 jabs and Peacekeepers walking into the toxin range, but the rest of the army is charging ahead, and that's going to be a Cryogeddon on top of the army, shrunken down, frozen in place, satellites getting called in. Harlen's got to try and pull something out of his hat because everything is burning down. Twin Blades find the angle. Javelins go down. The Twin Blades might actually be Harlen's savior here as the hammer tanks can't fight versus these cryocopters. They just get blasted. Bullfrogs unable to lock down these air units of DutchArmy. The shrink is coming in. The shrink seems eternal, shrinking and re-shrinking these targets one after another. As the Twin Blades come back in, the one thing that's working out well for Harlen now chased away by those IFVs, chased off the land, over the water, and pushed even further as Harlen gets gutted. His main base gets torn apart. Terror Drones and Twin Blades, they're the only thing that's working right for him as the Bullfrog comes out and will push away that cryocopter. DutchArmy, it feels like inches away from winning the game in that one big push, but it doesn't manage to do it. Is he ready for round 2? The IFV pushing in. This is a hero IFV as well. Gets locked down by a Terror Drone. Might get infected by another guy over there, but the attack doesn't stop as DutchArmy will now put the pressure on the naval expansion. Will look to lock that down. Terror Drone going for the infect over there, and it's going to be the sell-off of that refinery. Harlen has moved up north. He's looking to set up shop somewhere else, and he might be able to win on the naval side, but he's going to have a lot of rebuilding to do if he's not careful. Heroic badges being added on for just about everyone, and that harvester needs to get over to that crusher crane, get a little bit of value in him, And double... Okay, the Twin Blade is coming over to kill off these units. It's going to take a little while for the Twin Blade to actually kill them off as the Dolphin abandons his friends and says, actually, you know what? You Riptides are kind of dumb. I'm going to leave you to die. And it looks like the Riptide going to be... that one is going to be left alive. He's there to tell the tale. Is the Apollo going to be able to chase down this Twin Blade? Yeah, catches the Twin Blade over the water. Mig is going to try and trade back, and the Apollo does end up going down. The front line has been reformed. The cryocopters are still here, but the ground army has not been rebuilt for Harlen. It's a 10K army advantage for Dutch Army, and his 10K is pretty much all right here, all right now. War Factory getting torn apart, and Harlen can't do much to defend. Double infect on these Guardian tanks, and the Toxin drop as well might make this a costly attack for the allied player. Double Toxin drop is a little bit wider than he was expecting, but it's a Cryogeddon in response. You've got 1 clicks, I've got him 2, says Dutch Army, and he wants to even this up 2-2 as he knocks down Harlen's base. The Terror drones might be infecting, but that's all he's got working out for him. Barracks going down one after the other. Harlen fighting with scraps here. Just a bit of Air Force left over as Dutch Army looks like he is swallowing the whole rest of the map. GG comes out, and Dutch Army will pick out his second win. Will take us into an even map state, an even score state once again, heading into game number 5. And that'll send us to Temple Prime Reloaded for game number 5. On the left side, playing the red, this is Dutch Army. Always ready to even things up, always ready to make it an even score, and trying to find an actual advantage that sticks. This is Harlen. Harlen keeps getting these little single game leads, and then Dutch Army gets one back, and he does it again, and Dutch Army gets one back. So now, who will take the momentum here on Temple Prime Reloaded? It's been a little while since we've seen this map. We saw it quite a bit all throughout the BattleNet qualifier, but then it wasn't in the CCO qualifier map pool, and so then we didn't see it at all. Bears getting locked down. That's great. A double bear lockdown with the bark there from that dog. So that's great for Dutch Army, but Harlen now is going to get a couple of Peacekeepers, so as long as the Peacekeepers get eliminated in the building, it's free for the Soviet player. Bear will lock down a couple of more Peacekeepers here, and this early game engagement is turning out very well in terms of economy for the Soviet player. It's free to clear out those buildings, and conscripts are cheaper than Peacekeepers. And I think the Bears did pretty well as well, even though the Bears are quite expensive by comparison to a lot of the other early game units. Javelins and Riptides. Dutch Army does love him some Javelin and Riptide, but unlike a player like Vindies, who back in the day used to really make it his bread and butter of aggression, we don't always see Dutch Army like crossing the map with them. Sometimes they're just used a bit more defensively. They stay on his side of the map a little bit more, but you know, we can see them move out. He is going for the double expand up here. Harlen on the other side going for the expansion down in the south. Both players seemingly going for just a bit of a macro handshake. They say, you know what, you take that one over there, I'm going to take this one over here, and we'll both build up our economy a little bit here. And this is going to be the triple laser lock on this oil derrick. Harlen has given Dutch Army enough space that he's going to be able to laser lock down this oil derrick. And I believe it was Harlen who had a very favorable win rate on this map because he would play this slow snowball macro style. I think DDF also played that kind of a style in the BattleNet qualifier. Did have a good amount of success on this because with the additional expansions, if you can macro and if you can handle the big map presence, Roar comes out, triple knockdown on these Javs. Great catch there for Harlen. Dutch Army losing a big chunk of his army value there in that engagement. One javelin did actually survive, so there is a bit of threat here from the allied army. But the sickle's now going to be backing off. Terror drone going to be doing a little bit of a stasis dance to just lock down these units as much as he can, be annoying as he can. But Dutch Army is in a good place. He's got 4 refineries. He's still got an oil derrick. He killed his opponent's oil derrick, and we'll see what Harlen actually chooses to do. His MCV is still there. Sickle goes down. Riptide is the answer back from the Soviet player. And I kind of expect that Harlen is going to... Oh, he's actually going south. I thought he was going to head further north or onto the high ground, but it looks like he might be going for that corner expansion down there. And maybe that is going to be his 4th refinery for now. On the eco front, you can see it was quite even between these two, but with that additional refinery, with the oil derrick as well, Dutch Army has been carving out a bigger and bigger advantage. Now, currently, it's only 800, climbing towards 1K per minute. But, you know, we are getting a bit of an income advantage for the Allied player, and that can be a very dangerous place for the Soviet player to be, especially when it is Harlen, who likes his big eco games. Harvester coming in. Where's the defense here from the Allied player? It's IFVs currently moving into position, and a Vindicator. No Apollos yet. Doesn't mean we won't see them roaming over here, but currently there's no Apollos on the front line. Dolphin shows up. This Dolphin is stopping this refinery from coming up quickly. Will force the rebuild there. That cryocopter committing a little bit too far into this attack, but the Bullfrogs have to be wary of this Guardian tank that steps forward. Harvester going down, and it's going to be Twin Blades picking up a couple of kills as well here. A Riptide, can they get any more, or is the IFV going to chase them away? Hammer tank backs off, and it looks like the Dolphin is going to get chased away by a Twin Blade down here in the south. Dutch Army, I feel like, can be very happy with how the first 5 minutes of the game have gone. The only thing that's really not been going well is this guy right here, who just got bombed out of existence. But he delayed his opponent's 4th. Dutch Army only has 3 working Harvesters right now, but he's about to have 4. Okay, he's drawing a 0 on his bank account. He needs to cancel something if he wants to get that Harvester out a little bit quicker. But okay, now he's got 4, and Twin Blades show up just in time. They actually waste their rockets blowing up the wall because the Harvester didn't exist, I think, when they were given that attack command. They could have potentially dumped their rockets into the Harvester and gotten it down to like half HP and then pulled back and, you know, potentially gone for a second wave. At any rate, the Dolphin coming back in along the southern edge of the map to harass this refinery location yet again. And Harlen, he is reducing that income advantage for Dutch Army. As you can see there, Dutch Army was almost at 1.2k per minute. And do we have a Crusher Crane from our Soviet player? Harvester going to be getting harassed here, but the same thing is happening on the other side of the map. The Terror Drone moving into position and getting the infect on that. No, we do not have a Crusher Crane. The MCV did just deploy up there to the north. Goes for the expansion up there. Dolphin gets taken care of, and the Harvester, so close to death, will end up dying. And the army wasn't even in position, so the Terror Drone does manage to escape. And Dutch Army may be feeling a little bit silly about that, but at least there wasn't a second infect from that Terror Drone. That would have been embarrassing if the War Factory was that close to solving the Terror Drone problem and then never actually managed to do it. Refinery coming up, and now Harlen is starting to click into place. He is getting his setup here with 5 refineries. Toxins getting dropped there. Cryocopters moving into position. Even though this is just a cryo shot, he is aiming for the big prize. MiGs moving in, and in this case, you sacrifice the MiGs if you can get the kill on the cryocopter, because killing the cryocopters is the main point. That cryo shot, if he doesn't actually try to freeze this MCV, that cryo shot was essentially wasted. He could have used it on the Harvester, and yeah, Dutch Army calls off the attack. He decides he's not going to be able to pull it off, and the Gambit, which could have been amazing, is now not turning out very well at all. You're happy to trade back these MiGs if you can clear out this allied air force like this. The cryocopters are the prime targets, but Vindicators, you're happy to knock those down as well. And DutchArmy didn't finish waypointing his units away. That cryocopter taking a couple of extra shots there, but he does survive. Cryocopters, they are tanky units. You don't have to worry about them too much, but you don't want to be too lazy with them either. And Harlen, he is canceling some stuff. As you can see, he suddenly goes from like $0 in his bank account to $1,300. And usually that means that you've canceled some stuff. Nice move here by Harlen. Picks that up, and will DutchArmy notice? But that is going to be a huge advantage for Harlen fighting these MiG versus Apollo fights. And the Apollo trying to commit in on that twin blade will lose to the MiGs with those repairs there. And Harlen, if he can keep that tech airfield advantage, that is going to be a huge benefit for his army. That airport can be so important, and so often we've seen players ignore it completely because it is a bit of a risk to try and take. Your opponent normally sees that you've taken it and then kills it off immediately, so you spent the $500 and you did not get that much value from it. But in this case, Harlen's getting, it feels like, a lot of value. Even though that's first little scrap, it feels like he's already gotten a decent amount of value in it. We'll see how this next engagement goes, as that's a cryoblast firing off. One tank caught, maybe two, but it will be traded back. No, 0 tanks caught. He does it again. Harlen escapes from those icy beams from the sky as the terror drone locks down a Guardian tank, and a hammer tank picks up a second cannon. This combo where Harlen locks down like only one Guardian tank at a time and manages to steal a gun from it like very often. This is working out so well for Harlen. There's the big push. It's going to be a toxin drop to try and force the disengagement, but that's going to be a dead air unit as the Peacekeeper. That's a real Peacekeeper. It's not a spy. I thought it was a spy with the way he was moving forward like that. I was like, that guy is definitely about to bribe a bunch of units. But no, it was a real Peacekeeper. Those bears are getting sent into the toxin zone. Harlen pulls them back just in time, and the air units swoop by the Apollos. They thought they're either just going for a scouting pattern, or they thought that they might have seen something moving down there to the south. But DutchArmy, he goes for a full scout. He gets some vision, and then he decides, you know what, actually, there is nothing there. And he pulls back. Terror drone will be trying to sneak along that edge. And normally you see a couple of IFVs like this, you assume there's something inside of them. Sometimes players will do the thing with Tanya where she's inside of an IFV, shrink it down, send it to the other side of the map. But in this case, that was actually just like real-life harassment IFVs that did not do anything. They do end up going down there. They do kind of distract a bit. Chronosphere here on the high ground, actually, from DutchArmy. And we'll see if he's actually able to use it. Twin Blades are going to pick up some free damage onto these Guardian tanks. That's one. That's basically 2 kills for free. Maybe not free if he sticks around in range of those javelins. But the hammer's going to be moving forward. This is a big army advantage for Harlen. And pretty much all of his army is on screen. What you see is what you get as these Guardian tanks commit into the attack. But it's up to the javelins to blast away at these Twin Blades. And there's just too many targets. The Soviet player has too much here on the front line as the javelins go down. The cryoblast will be the savior of the allied player, but it's completely dodged by Harlen. He drives forward, and the GG comes out as once again Harlen proves that the macro is his place, and he gets the win on Temple Prime Reloaded. And that sends us on to match point and into Cabana Republic. Finally, with his 1-point advantage, and it really means something now. This is Harlen. And meanwhile, every single time he has been able to even things up, but now there are no more chances to give. This is DutchArmy. Harlen breaks the tie every single time. 0-0, 1-1, and now 2-2. but it is all for naught if he can't win this game, and then it goes back to a tie again. But Cabana Republic, it is not going to be an airfield first from this allied player. Dog does end up going down, but the engineer is safe for now. This bear trying to sneak along the north side of the map. No engineer from the Soviet player either. Again, I assume that Harlen thought it was going to be an airfield first, and so he did not go for the engineer because it would get sniped by a Vindicator, but in this case it wasn't an airfield, it was a barracks. And now, okay, it may not have been an airfield first, but we have got an airfield first vibe going on here with this build. Cryocopters are going to be on the way, and is he going one cryocopter into, yep, there we go, turret push to even things up. Now, this is Cabana Republic, and this is a delayed turret push. This is not fastest possible right out of the gate. One refinery, pure chaos. This is a little bit more established. In theory, a little bit easier to scout, but it's going to go mostly unscouted because Dutch Army has been able to keep Harlen at bay, and now this dog gets an amazing bark and eliminates every one of those conscripts. And this is basically the worst thing that Harlen could have happened to him. The best thing would be a terror drone getting the infect on this MCV as it's crossing over. But now it has been revealed. Does he cancel the third immediately? He's keeping it. He's letting it finish. Okay, Harlen believes that he can hold this off. And now that he's got that third up there, I guess that becomes his insurance policy. You can see he deployed double walls already around this refinery. And now he's going for even more walls on top of that. But there's the multi-gunner turret choosing the lesser wall side. Barracks is coming out as well. This is going to have to be a defense masterclass from Harlen as the dog shows up to scout at that high ground. I thought maybe that was a Vindicator or something, but no, it is going to be just the dog moving into position there. And that ore collector tries to get the last load of ore undone there. And the MCV has built this crusher crane, and now that is going to be the survival status for the Soviet player. No, he is not. He's not crushing his MCV. Is he just abandoning base and saying, I'm going to go live on the water? You can take my stinky old base. And the refinery gets deployed there. Okay, so Dutch Army goes for 3 refineries, and he's got this very weird spread out base, but I guess this is going to work. He can take over Harlen's old main base, but Harlen is not interested in really defending this location. He is moving out to the water, and he will find success somewhere else. But Harlen is low power mode, and Harlen has very little cash to come by. No oil derrick, 1 harvester. Now he's got 2 harvesters out on the field, and it's a toughie. Javelin Soldier does end up going down. Peacekeeper as well. Nice move there by Harlen. Vindicators come in. One of them goes down, traded back for 1 or 2 bullfrogs there. But in this case, killing that allied air force is very important. Killing the cryocopter is even more important, but it hasn't happened yet. And of course, because Dutch Army went tier 2 right from the beginning, he does not have an assault destroyer. I thought he was going assault destroyer, but it looks like it did get canceled if that's what he was going for, and he is low power mode, so those multi-gunner turrets have stopped being useful. MCV getting caught. Cryocopter moves in to get the freeze, get the kill, and he's gonna go for the infect. It will at least stop this MCV from doing anything at the current moment, but the stasis is also stopping that at the current moment. This is buying more and more time for Harlen. Dutch Army will get infected. His MCV is going to have to pull back and go get repairs at that naval yard. Bullfrogs not able to get the kill. The Vindicator escapes, and this last Bullfrog does manages. Oh, he has a Dolphin. He did not need to go get the repair. The Dolphin made that terror drone less than it would have been, less effective than it would have normally been. A very tough game number 6 here for Harlen. He's up 3-2, and now he is being torn apart here on Cabana Republic. Riptide gets infected by a terror drone, and this Dolphin is doing big work. Cryoblast going to be firing off. Cryocopter as well, going to be getting the lockdown on that Harvester. And sort of everything in the main base can be torn apart, and DutchArmy can just take it over for himself. Refinery is up and running. Oil derrick is there. It is 3 harvesters, but really 2 refineries here for Harlen versus DutchArmy. So the income is looking a lot better for DutchArmy over the course of this game. The oil derrick advantage, the income advantage with the refineries as well. And now he's taking his opponent's refineries from out of his main base. Harlen is going to try and pull something out from this position, and there's the GG as Harlen will tap out, and we are going to the ace match. Our first series ended with an incredible game number 6, but this one will go the distance. It will all be decided here on industrial strength. The choice of this player in the north, laying it all on the line on industrial strength, is crazy, but this is Harlen. And in the south, he has managed to close the distance after falling behind, but here, falling behind means losing everything. He's got to win this one straight up. This is DutchArmy. In all 6 games, DutchArmy has trailed and then caught up. But here, if you trail, it's just the end. We are here in the ace match with the full complement of games that we can get. An amazing way to start off Gathering Storm. Top 8 players, and they are so evenly matched. Harlen and DutchArmy just perfectly matched, going 1-for-1. Different play styles shown throughout the course of this game. Both players macroing well, microing well, aggression, harassment, multi-prong attacks, everything being shown here in this series. And then it all comes down to industrial strength, and there are 11 maps in the pool, so there are quite a few other maps that he chose that he did not want to play on for this game number 7, that he opted for industrial strength as the ace match. And well, here we go with a not super early push. This is not the fastest possible push, but this is a turret push. This is a base push from the allied player. DutchArmy is believing in the power of the multi-gunner turret, in the power of the allied build radius, and that was a perfectly executed attack there. The Bullfrog goes down, and the full health Bullfrog gets eliminated, so the Peacekeepers can pick up the kill on the low health one. No, they don't close the distance, barely out of range there, as that guy manages to escape. And the MCV just says, you guys are on your own, I'm going out to the water. But if he fully abandons this base and the allied player is just able to take it over, this is going to be a huge advantage for DutchArmy. Okay. GG. Just like that, it's all over, and DutchArmy picks up the win in 3 minutes with those Bullfrogs going down. The hope was gone. DutchArmy closes it out and proves that he deserves a spot in the top 4 of the upper bracket, and that means that he will be facing off against GreenAlert, and that will be an absolute classic match, seeing those 2 guys against each other. But we have more matches to get to in this first round. And that'll send us to our first real mirror matchup of the quarterfinals of the round of 8. On the left side, playing the orange, this is Classicnoob. And on the right side, playing the green, give it up for MirageTank. MirageTank versus Classicnoob. Both of these guys coming through the BattleNet qualifier, but then Classicnoob didn't quite make it and had to switch over to the CCO qualifier. But we'll see if he can perform like GreenAlert, who GreenAlert also tried to qualify through the BattleNet qualifier, couldn't, and then qualified through the CCO qualifier, and then GreenAlert knocked down the #1 seed from the BattleNet qualifier. So here Classicnoob has an opportunity to do the exact same thing. Even though he may not have been able to qualify through the BattleNet server qualifier, he could potentially knock out the BattleNet representative from this top 8, send him to the lower bracket, and right the wrongs of the past, as it were. But we have got ourselves an allied mirror matchup. And unlike with DDF, where you end up with a mirror matchup because he was playing random, or even in a couple of series, opShijiao throughout the qualifier playing random as well, we ended up with some mirror matchups. This, I do expect it to be an allied versus allied match all 7 games as these peacekeepers move around. Are they going to be able to pick off this oil derrick? That would be a nice bit of an advantage here, as it looks like both players are trying to expand out to the water as this is happening. But Classicnoob, he's going to push MirageTank back, and MirageTank losing an extra couple of peacekeepers there. 3, 4, maybe even 5 went down in that scuffle, and a couple of them getting eliminated right there in that choke point as they were trying to escape. Third refinery up and running for Classicnoob. Third refinery up and running as well for MirageTank. And then they both have these command posts, command hubs out here on the water. So a very fast fourth refinery from Classicnoob. All things considered, this is not what we would typically be expecting for a refinery timing. And MirageTank floating $5,000 in the bank while he has basically nothing. I mean, he's only fighting peacekeepers, so the walls actually are very effective because peacekeepers, okay, that, what? And I guess that's just how that game ended. And now we are on to Snowplow for game number 2. In the north, rocking the orange, this is Classicnoob. Up 1-0. Remarkably. And in the south, maybe he'll be awake for this one. This is MirageTank. I am not sure what happened with that game on Infinity Isle. Imperial Isle is when it's an Empire mirror. But there was no note that came along with this series to explain what that was. I don't know if MirageTank just realized that he had, like, his macro had slipped for a minute or whatever, or he was floating 5K, or if they had been typing a little bit back and forth, because of course replays don't preserve the chat, so sometimes there are messages in between players that could explain something like that. But that was very bizarre, and I guess MirageTank, hey, it's a best of 7. You can give up 1, surely. If this turns into a snowball, that 1 game, or if this goes to all 7, that 1 game is going to be really digging into MirageTank. It basically a free win there for Classicnoob. And we'll see what happens here in game number 2 on Snowplow. The MCV on the move, of course, with an allied mirror. You know, you could say this is an allied favor map in other matchups, but here we got ourselves an allied mirror, so it favors both players, but it does favor players who like this deploy your MCV in the middle of the map kind of playstyle. Oil derrick has been captured over there by MirageTank, has not been captured by Classicnoob, so we'll see how this works out. Javelin soldiers are here on the side of Classicnoob and not on the side of MirageTank, so you can see MirageTank sells it off immediately. And MirageTank is going to kill off this orange oil derrick, which I think I said was captured by MirageTank, but obviously it is orange. It's captured by Classicnoob. And MirageTank did not grab either one, or I am just missing it entirely, and he captured it and then he got captured back. But at any rate, it is MirageTank killing off Classicnoob's oil derrick there. This doesn't seem like What is happening here? MirageTank in the qualifier went for this like very air-focused style. We saw him often going 2-3 airfields, very heavy air unit micro, and now here he is just like asleep at the keyboard. His little brother is playing it with a steering wheel instead of him, and his MC, he's just getting pushed back. Nothing is going well for him. Classicnoob still has this oil derrick over there, so it's the double refinery versus the double refinery with the oil derrick. The other oil derrick still hasn't been captured. MCV gets pushed back. Now the third refinery on the way for Classicnoob. It gets deployed. Peacekeeper is going to be fighting it out over here. Maybe either one of the players will win this fight, but it's going to be so close in the numbers that I don't know that it'll matter all that much. 5, maybe 6 of these Peacekeepers surviving. Okay, more than 6 actually survived there for Classicnoob. But the MCV and getting pushed back and this airfield refinery combo, that is the thing that actually matters a little bit more here for Classicnoob. Now, if he's not able to defend this refinery, then maybe it won't matter quite so much. Multi-gunner turrets back online. Fresh power plant gets deployed. Vindicators are here to quickly bomb out that multi-gunner turret in the Apollo. It can maybe get a kill here, but if it can't stop the refinery from going down, what's the point anyways? Second multi-gunner turret should be added on here. MirageTank hasn't gone for his own expansion on the water, so shutting down his opponent's expansion is very important, but enough damage was not done to that multi-gunner turret that it did manage to get the kill. That was so close with the Peacekeepers coming in at the end there from Classicnoob to finish killing off that multi-gunner turret, but it was moments too late, and with only one Vindicator, it meant that Classicnoob wasn't able to burst down like that. He wasn't able to burst down that multi-gunner turret out on the water. That almost went great for Classicnoob, but it turned out pretty bad for him, and now he is low on cash, sells off that power plant, still in the green in terms of electricity, and now a couple of more multi-gunner turrets will be needed. Is he just going to bomb out this power plant? Yes. Okay, he was hoping that he would sell it off. He doesn't actually have enough bombs. Okay, he did. He brought a third Vindicator, so he did have enough bombs. MirageTank gets the kill on that power plant up there. Classicnoob now going to be in a very awkward position. He actually decided to rebuild that. He did not go for more infrastructure or anything like that. He decided to rebuild that refinery, so he believes he's going to be able to hold this position, but he just dropped his bomb, so this multi-gunner turret is going to get lots of free damage. As soon as these Vindicators rearm, they're going to be able to... Okay, the refinery takes massive damage, and it dies again. Classicnoob, overconfident in his ability to secure this location, ends up losing that refinery. And now this refinery is under threat. A bombing run from these Vindicators could do big damage to his home field refinery. This game going a bit sideways here for Classicnoob. It started out fine for him, and now it's turning out bad. Javelin Soldier gets bombed out before he actually gets into the building, and these Vindicators, they can kind of just sit here like watchdogs over top of that airfield. Third time's the charm, I guess. But we'll see if Javelin Soldiers have anything to say about this. Multi-gunner turret is here on the front line. There was another multi-gunner, or there was another Javelin Soldier doing some damage up here, but no follow-up from MirageTank. So for the current moment, that refinery is safe. Vindicators drop their bombs, and now they will return back to base. Not enough anti-air here to stop those bombing runs, but both players playing with fairly limited economy, so they don't necessarily have the ability to quickly rebuild these units. If too many air units go down, it might be a while before they can actually be replaced and get back out onto the field. Vindicators coming over. This oil derrick would be great for Classicnoob to capture if he could manage to sneak out an engineer. He looks like he did sell off his barracks already, so he no longer has that. It would cost him a little bit. Get the barracks, get the engineer. There's the barracks on the front line, but that engineer might get spotted by MirageTank. And now Vindicator's going to be coming in. There goes the multi-gunner turret. And of course, the multi-gunner turret can be one-tapped here by these Vindicators as they move in. And the cryo shot forced the other one down. GG gets called. and it's a turret fight in the middle of the map, but that will be it. Classicnoob picks up the 2-0, and what a weird contrast this series to the last one. But Classicnoob looks great. Chrysaberyl Garden will be the battleground for our next game. Starting with the double barracks in the north, this is Classicnoob. And not showing the same kind of powerful play that we saw in the qualifier, this is MirageTank. I don't remember, did MirageTank not face any allied players? Is AVA, is he just not too happy with mirror matchups? Like, that's his least favorite matchup. I know a lot of players don't enjoy mirror matchups, both here in Command & Conquer, Red Alert 3, Kane's Wrath. A lot of players don't like mirror matchups, even in like StarCraft 2 and other RTSs. It's a common theme, I guess, that many players don't like mirror matchups. They more prefer the slightly different matchups, whether the game is dramatically asymmetrical or not. But in this case, some players, they're just not good at a particular matchup, and I don't remember if MirageTank, maybe he mostly faces Empire and Soviet players in the qualifier, and now he's run into Classicnoob, but it's an AVA, and it's just not his day. But at any rate, Classicnoob does not look like he is particularly challenged by MirageTank. This doesn't feel like these players are pushing each other to the limits. Like, this is the highest quality Red Alert 3 play that we can see. They are pretty consistently going for those third refineries. We do once again have third refineries pretty quickly. In that last game, Classicnoob managed to get a third refinery fairly quickly, but that was a contested third refinery. It ended up not quite working out as well as he would like. And in the first game, though, both players opting towards those third refineries on the high ground and even a fourth refinery on the water. So we'll see if there is the desire for a fourth refinery with this MCV moving quite far forward. I feel like MirageTank played so much more aircraft focused in the qualifier as well, and now he's going big time macro, I guess, as fourth refinery is already up and running for Classicnoob. He's got that bit of an advantage, and the walls, I guess, will trap the doggy in there, and then the Peacekeeper can come and deal with him. This does delay the refinery by a bit longer. Maybe the walls don't trap the dog in there when they're that short. And at any rate, the refinery is now up. It's a little bit slow for MirageTank, so he is behind in that eco, but you know, not by much. The fourth refinery was a little bit quicker by Classicnoob, but I don't think it's not so much faster. I guess maybe MirageTank's third refinery was faster, but I wasn't looking that closely. But at any rate, these two players, in theory, should be close enoughly matched close enough that small differences like the timing of the fourth refinery shouldn't make that much of a difference. The engagements and how they handle these fights should make much more of a difference than the timing of that fourth refinery. Triple barracks? Quadruple barracks? That's the play here. Airfield from Classicnoob. What is MirageTank? Is he really going quadruple barracks for this? It looks like his Harvester is taking a bit of a weird route. Always unfortunate when that happens. You see he's sold off some of the wall segments around. Sometimes selling off the wall segments helps. Sometimes it doesn't. But in this case, MirageTank is going to be in kind of a weird situation here. And that Harvester, man, if MirageTank is a bit tilted after that, like, game number 1 weirdness, and then game number 2 being a bit of a back and forth, but ultimately losing, and then his Harvester is messed up, and you can tell that he noticed because he sold off all of the walls right there around that Harvester location. But if he's an individual who can get tilted by that kind of stuff, then having your harvester get messed up like that will just tilt him further when he's down 0-2 like this in a best of 7. And of course, in a game number 3 where you're down 0-2 and it's like, oh, am I going to go down and give my opponent match point all because this harvester was deciding to be a little bit bugged. But in this case, you know, it is not going to be... Oh, the Dolphin! The Dolphin gets bombed out, but he got as close to the Prospector as possible to try and maximize splash damage there. And it looked like the Vindicator did splash the Harvester a little bit. We'll see if that actually ends up making a difference, because the Harvester is just getting some repairs right now. And there we go. The triple laser lock onto the ground. So as soon as this black hole armor does get in range of those javelins, it will start absorbing that damage. One of those great little things that you can do to try and take advantage of the black hole armor mechanic. Multi-gunner turret might end up getting frozen there. The javelin soldiers get pushed to the front line, and the black hole armor is going to absorb a lot of that damage. Cryo shot fires off in the opposite direction, but the black hole armor will absorb that as well. The Freezy ice rays will not stop this army from moving forward, and the quad barracks, turns out that's the way to go. Who cares about aircraft? Well, you do have assault destroyers supporting it, so it's not quite just a quad barracks and nothing else. Dog gets a massive bark off. That's so many peacekeepers locked down in this moment. Vindicators come in with a big bombing run, and the peacekeepers will finish off one of the assault destroyers. The other assault destroyer moving in, this time from Classicnoob, but it looks like the numbers are just on the side of MirageTank. He knocks down the refinery, and the GG comes out. MirageTank puts a point on the board. We got a series on our hand. He will not be swept out cleanly. And that'll take us to Fire Island. The comeback here has begun. He's going double barracks. That worked last time. Let's see if it works again. This is MirageTank. Still not building any MirageTanks. And in the south, playing the orange. Is he going to go for just a big barracks play as well? This is Classicnoob. All right, MirageTank gets one back, manages to right the wrongs there a little bit, and we'll see. This is a big barracks opener for both players, and right now, MirageTank seems to be spending a lot more of his cash building peacekeepers than his opponent. Okay, he's adding a couple more on into the mix, and the MCV is moving forward. One barracks has been sold off. 2 barracks are still here, but only one of them is actually producing anything. Oil derrick gets captured, 1 for each team. And there was an additional power plant built by Classicnoob before he moved his MCV, whereas MirageTank just existing off of the one. Low power mode there momentarily shouldn't affect anything. He wasn't building a ton of anything, or it was, you know, just a couple of peacekeepers, a little bit slower, shouldn't make a big deal. We do now have very similar numbers of peacekeepers out for both players, but they're not necessarily similar depending on where you look on the map, as these peacekeepers are going to get caught as they try to exit this location. A couple of shots coming back in the other direction as Classicnoob takes a bit of damage, but overall, that was 3 or maybe 4 peacekeepers going down on the MirageTank side of things. Refinery up and running nice and early for MirageTank, so Classicnoob sees that and knows that he either needs to match it or punish it. In the previous game, Classicnoob getting some of his expansions up a little bit earlier than MirageTank was, but in this case, MirageTank going for that bigger economy slightly faster. It's now being matched by Classicnoob as MirageTank manages to clean up all of those peacekeepers and push them away from his MCV and his expansion. Potentially a 4th refinery location coming in over here. There we go, right away. Classicnoob is going for that 4th refinery, and MirageTank is as well. Both players handshaking on these big eco plays. Almost 3 out of the 4 games that have been played. But, you know, the Snowplow one, that was the kind of the difference maker. And Infinity Isle, they were both aiming for that 4th refinery play. It didn't quite work out the way that they were hoping. But the refinery's up and running now, and so both players, they've gotten the 3.5 minutes of just sitting back and building up. A little bit of scuffles with the Peacekeepers, but now do they want to actually build stuff, or do they want to just pack up their MCV, move across the map, and try and turret push the other guy to death? Because either one of them could be happening. MirageTank goes airfield, but manages to steal his opponent's oil derrick. And we could just see the tech up to tier 2, the assault destroyers, and then the big infantry push like we saw in that last game. But for now, they're just going more Peacekeepers. Naval Yard, it's a good option to plant next to that refinery out on the water. Keeps the Harvester topped up on health, gives you that bit of Overwatch. And then, you know, you build a Dolphin, you build a Riptide, you build an Assault Destroyer. You've got a few options there, but you don't necessarily have to do the exact same build that you did last time. That's a tier 1 War Factory here for MirageTank. I think he is upgrading there to tier 2, but for the moment he did prioritize getting the War Factory out before going for the tier 2. So he's not prioritizing cryocopters, he's not prioritizing assault destroyers or anything. MirageTank losing that Vindicator there, trying to return back home. I don't know whose Apollo actually got the drop. I guess it was MirageTank, as he does clean up one of the Apollos of Classicnoob, and now Classicnoob trying to get a couple of shots in here. Javelin Soldier was hanging out near the airfield. I guess he got repositioned somewhere else. There we go, tier 2 up and running for both players. So we have the option for Guardian tanks, we have the option for assault destroyers on one side, on the Classicnoob side, and both players can go for cryocopters as well if they want to. Really, we need Javelin Soldiers or IFVs or something to be here to help out over top of this airfield. Classicnoob will lose a couple of units here, but he's also bombing out units. And the Apollo will die as he tries to exit. Both players taking some losses there, as eventually it looks like MirageTank will make his expansion safe. He built this War Factory before getting tier 2. He's floating 2k in the bank. He could be doing something. Like, why did you build the War Factory before getting tier 2 if you're not going to actually build anything with the War Factory? He could have gone tier 2 first. He could have gotten his cryocopters out sooner. Could have gotten a second airfield, something like that, instead of going for that War Factory. But he went the War Factory, and then it just sat there doing nothing for a minute. Vindicator goes down there, traded back for a couple of Peacekeepers or a Javelin Soldier there on the ground. Maybe one or two of each. And there's going to be the airfield, or the War Factory here, for Classicnoob. Did he build anything with that Naval Yard? Okay, he did. It looks like a Dolphin on the other side. So he went Naval Yard. At least he did build something with it. I don't know if it's worth building a Naval Yard just for one Dolphin and then to sell off, but I guess we will see. The Apollo gets the kill. Not often do you see them actually get the kill there, as Triple Apollo shows up for Classicnoob to hunt down the cryocopter. It might even be worth sacrificing one of the Apollos if you get the guaranteed kill on the cryocopter. Aegis shield gets popped. Cryo shot will be fired back, will be answered, but MirageTank runs into it with his own units. Gonna be potentially dying off there in the frozen status. The Athena cannon can get some kills anyways. And no, the cryo shots both fire off, one from each side, and they just don't do anything. One is absorbed by the Aegis shield, and the other one is dodged by the opponent. Cryocopters coming in with their shrink rays will force the Athena cannons forward as they lose out some of their range. But Javelin Soldiers inside of this infantry army having a good time shooting those Apollos with no opportunity to answer back. And the cryocopters, it seems like there's one or two cryocopters on each side, but there's also only one or two Athena cannons, so there really isn't too much of an incentive to fight at distance, because the cryocopters are doing such a good job of shrinking the opponent's artillery. But in this case, one cryocopter does end up going down. Athena cannon manages to dodge some of the shots, and the other Athena cannon not able to get out of the way fast enough. That's the advantage of being shrunken down, is you can actually dodge the laser from the sky. MirageTank has 3 Athena cannons, 2 on the side, no, 3 on the side of Classicnoob. Both players fighting with the fire from the sky, but the cryocopters are the second piece of this puzzle. Of course, if the Athena cannons get close to each other, or if the units can get inside of the Athena cannon Aegis shield and get close to it, then the Peacekeepers can burst down these Athena cannons fairly quickly. But for the current moment, there's also a bit of an opportunity to just win the war of attrition at range. And if you can win the war of attrition at range, then you can win the fight without taking the bigger risk. Another Athena cannon goes down. MirageTank has lost 2 Athena cannons in this artillery battle, but both players happy to just sit pretty much in the middle of the map and not try to do much more than that. Cryocopter takes massive damage, and a new cryo shot going to be firing off here as MirageTank pulls back. So does Classicnoob, both of them avoiding that cryo shot from the sky, and I think that was MirageTank's cryo shot, so Classicnoob should have his ready very soon. Athena cannon gets targeted there, and the numbers are starting to swing very heavily into the favor of Classicnoob. He has killed off 3 or 4 Athena cannons in the last minute without losing a single one. Vindicator takes a lot of damage but manages to survive. Classicnoob, if he keeps sniping these Athena cannons, 2 more going down, then he is just going to be able to pick off MirageTank from range without ever fighting the army up close. Cryocopter comes in, taking a lot of damage again. And MirageTank, he is going to be forced into just running down the middle and trying to go for the kill. He can get inside of the shield. He can actually bring some big burst damage. That's going to be the cryoblast, cutting off the escape path. It's go forward or go home. And going home's not an option because they're going home in body bags. The GG comes out, and Classicnoob wins the artillery war. Better target selection there from the orange allied player. And once that snowball starts rolling, it's hard for MirageTank to stop it. Classicnoob goes up 3-1. And that will send us to Aqua Crule or something like that. But it's Deep Sea with a little bit of a twist on it. It's the alternate version of Deep Sea. In the north, playing the green, this is MirageTank. He has got to turn things around. He is out of chances. And in the south, looking good, coming in from the qualifier, but showing what he's made of here in playoffs. This is Classicnoob. Classicnoob bringing the apparently like flawless gameplay in AVA. He is winning out most of these games with the slightly better macro sometimes. I feel like MirageTank's macro, other than that first game where I don't know what happened to him, but he's been, you know, like keeping pace or maybe slightly better for Classicnoob. But then that artillery fight, Classicnoob just gaining such an advantage. There was a big section of that beginning of that artillery fight where MirageTank had a slight advantage or it was completely even. And then Classicnoob just piece by piece carved out a huge advantage for himself. And then by the end, yeah, the infantry fight where one side has giant shields and the other side doesn't, it's hard to win that fight in any scenario. And Classicnoob, he was able to hold the line and kill off MirageTank on Fire Island. MirageTank, I feel like we got to see such a different style from him, such a different life from him in the qualifier. And then here, it feels like he truly is not living up to his potential. We'll see if he can turn things around. But as I said, he is out of chances. He has got to put some points on the board. And it's not a reverse sweep because he's already got that one win. But he has to win 3 in a row without dropping any more. Power plant gets added on both players pretty far forward with their MCVs, slightly further forward by MirageTank, and we've seen this a number of times on this map in particular, this dueling MCV locations. These buildings can be useful, but they don't last forever. Refinery comes up here for both players, maybe slightly faster there for Classicnoob, but it comes up for both players nonetheless. Peacekeepers moving forward. MirageTank gets his second multi-gunner turret up and running. Vindicator's not here for either player just yet. They may be going for airfields behind this, but for the current moment, MirageTank is going to try and burst open this front door by knocking down the tower, and it doesn't quite work. It almost works. He's got 2 Peacekeepers left out front. No, that guy is just glitched. He looked like he got up, but he's actually just going to slowly descend into the ground, and the multi-gunner turret isn't a win for MirageTank either. He has not yet been able to break open his opponent's front door, and he needs to get some damage done soon. Force firing on the ground. I'm not sure if he was just trying to splash down that turret or if he's just hoping that someone else walks into that spot. But for the current moment, both players going very heavy infantry focused in this game as well. They're both looking to play multi-gunner turret plus infantry, and it's a double barracks on the front line. It's another multi-gunner turret from MirageTank here. It's immediately being set upon. We got laser lock coming in, but both of the javelins go down on the side of Classicnoob. It's just mass Peacekeeper for both players. I love this by MirageTank, actually finding a bit of an angle to do some damage, but can he get an actual kill, or will he just get close and not be able to finish it off? Because Classicnoob is coming in to defend this location, but he's not going to be fast enough. And there we go. The kill is picked up by MirageTank, and he probably needs to just back off a little bit. He got the victory. He needs to make sure that he doesn't get swept out of the middle of the map, because if he loses that position, his MCV could be in dire straits. Dog comes out. Giant Bark gets through. Classicnoob wins the Peacekeeper fight with one key click. Wow. Kill off the oil derrick and then lose the fight immediately after. MirageTank with a big blunder. If he would have played that one out slower, he had a guaranteed advantage there. He could have just tried to hold the line back at home, knowing that he's got that ever so slight advantage. Now, CryoShot going to be coming in here. Classicnoob is the first to move. MirageTank will be able to answer back. There it is going to be, both of them getting dodged by both players, but there is also just a numbers equation that is on the side of Classicnoob that MirageTank can't ignore anymore. Peacekeeper inside of the multi-gunner turret doing massive damage, but it's just not enough. The numbers are on the side of Classicnoob. It's basically 3-1 in terms of Peacekeepers, and the GG comes out. Classicnoob cleans it up. 4-1. Classicnoob will advance into the upper bracket semifinals, and MirageTank will drop down to the lower bracket. And our last series of this video, our last series of round 1 of Gathering Storm, will start here on Deep Sea. And in the north, playing the Cyan, playing the Empire, this is Zugspitze. And meanwhile, in the south, rocking the red, the random Soviets. It's not DDF playing on an alt account. This is opShijiao, coming in as the #1 seed through the CCO qualifier versus the #4 seed of the BattleNet qualifier. But remarkably, up to this point, all CCO players have won, which is pretty funny because of the top 8 players, the only one who did not play in the BattleNet qualifier was DutchArmy. DutchArmy is the only one who didn't participate in the BattleNet qualifier. GreenAlert, Classicnoob, opShijiao, they all tried to participate, tried to qualify through the BattleNet qualifier, couldn't. They got beaten. And then they qualified through the CCO qualifier, but then they beat their opposite number. So both Classicnoob and GreenAlert are through to the next round. They're in the upper bracket top 4. And then if opShijiao does it again, it will have been, in terms of qualifiers, a clean sweep for the CCO qualifier, which is just crazy because, again, 7 out of the 8 players tried to go through the BattleNet qualifier, so you'd think it would be a little more mixed up, but here we've got Zugspitze. He is the last one standing from BattleNet, and it is his job, I guess, to represent the BattleNet guys well and to knock opShijiao down to that lower bracket, because otherwise it will be all BattleNet qualifiers in elimination matches to be out of the tournament in that first round of the lower bracket. Harvester going to be getting harassed, not going into that adaptive armor mode. Both Harvesters offline, so not a great start here for opShijiao. He's taking a lot of economic damage. We'll see if he takes any literal damage. His Harvester is going to go down. Ooh, if that burst drone switches over this... Yeah, okay. The burst drone is going to get the kill. Sayonara, buddy. And there we go. The Harvester goes down. A disastrous start here in game number 1 for opShijiao. Tengu's moving over, flying over top of the army once again. This Tengu is getting locked down, though. The Tank Buster, not the Tank Buster, the Terror Drone from opShijiao, keeping that guy in space, in a hole locked into space, and there we go. The kill does come through. Once again, the Harvester's being harassed, and this Harvester not going to that adaptive armor mode until he's already at half HP. opShijiao taking a bit of damage on his economy very consistently there from Zugspitze, who is now going to be backing on off. But no, it's not an MCV, so I was expecting to click through to the other side of the map and see an MCV missing from Zugspitze's base, but no, he actually goes tier 2. He keeps his MCV, at least for right now. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to be going for a third refinery, but he does keep his MCV for now, and we'll see how he wants to go from here. But right from the beginning, not going well for opShijiao. Did he just drive his MCV down to the low ground, maybe thinking about going for the water expansion, then deciding, actually, I'm going to stay up here on the high ground? Where are the bullfrogs? Nowhere to be seen. A first bullfrog popping out just now. Your first bullfrog coming out as there are 2 chopper VXs basically in your base is not what you want to see as the Soviet player. Third refinery going to be coming up, so this could be opShijiao's way back in this game. He is currently down 4K in terms of total resources gathered, which is pretty significant at this point of the game, but it's not unrecoverable. If he plays efficient, if he plays defensive, then his third refinery can make up that difference. Of course, depending on what Zugspitze chooses to do. For the current moment, Zugspitze is not deviating from the plan. He went tier 2 with that war factory, and he is sticking with that. We've seen a couple of Soviet players be very efficient with their armies throughout this series, or throughout this tournament, but will opShijiao be able to pull that off as well? His income is evening up. The harassment has stopped. I say that as another Tengu comes in, sacrifices himself for that Harvester, and most Empire players are going to be happy to sacrifice that one Tengu for a Harvester here. We'll see if these strikers can get any kills. If they get trapped here by the bullfrogs, it could be a big mistake from Zugspitze. We'll see how opShijiao is able to do. Harvester going to be taking a bit of damage here, and when that honorable discharge fires off, it'll take even more damage with this very low health Tengu, and the Tengu doesn't get any splash damage onto the ore collector, so well done there by opShijiao. Zugspitze missed an opportunity, and he almost missed another opportunity there as Zugspitze sends those tank busters down into their hidey hole, and the bear will basically guarantee that the conscripts can pick up the kill here as opposed to the bear itself. Satellites going to be getting dropped on that barracks, and it feels like opShijiao has kind of weathered the storm. He's still down 3K in terms of total resources gathered. He's spent a decent amount of his cash not building up his army, but instead rebuilding his harvesters. But all of that can kind of be forgiven with this third refinery up and running, with that economic advantage over his opponent. But as I said, it all depends on what Zugspitze is able to do. Zugspitze had a very solid opening couple of minutes, but we're past those first couple of minutes, and now he needs to do some real, actual damage to his opponent. Point defense drones have been getting called in, and the bullfrogs are going to get jumped on by these Tengus. If the strikers can clean up the bullfrogs, then everything else becomes easy pickings. There aren't a lot of flak troopers out here on the ground. One bullfrog does emerge, but it's also a hammer tank here from opShijiao that's currently being ignored by Zugspitze. He's losing so many of his strikers, and he's not getting a lot of kills back. He killed off a decent amount, out, but not everything. And he didn't do that critical damage to either the war factory or the refineries, and instead now these strikers are driving right past this MCV. One more of them goes down. It's a disaster of a fight for Zugspitze. His army gets blasted to bits, and part of it was that hammer tank with the flak weapon attached. That guy getting extra damage, extra shots, no crusher crane needed here because the leech beam is going to suck up some HP from that flak cannon, get these guys healed back up a bit, and then you can just cancel that flak cannon and it's no harm done. Fourth refinery does end up getting canceled here. There is not a fourth on their low ground for the Soviet player for now. opShijiao pulling out a hero defense there, and now things have been reset. Any early game advantage that Zugspitze had, not only is it kind of just disappearing on the actual like income graph, his 3-4K that he had a couple of minutes ago has now completely been evened out, but on the army as well, things have evened out quite a bit. You see, he used to be up nearly 5K in army value over his opponent, and now it's much closer to even, with one guy starting an ore refinery with a crusher crane, and the other guy just sitting on that 2 refineries plus the oil derrick. Zugspitze, he has played many great games of Red Alert 3 in tournaments, but this is not looking like his peak performance. He needs to start cleaning up his play. And okay, the refinery does get spotted. It does get tagged, and he pulls back. No committal into a bad fight this time by Zugspitze. opShijiao, he is, along with the other CCO qualifiers, showing that just because they came from the CCO qualifier doesn't mean they don't deserve these spots, doesn't mean that they can't compete at the highest level. Zugspitze backs up, once again looking to poke and prod. I feel like this oil derrick is pretty much always going to be the potentially easy target there. opShijiao walking down his ramp, not paying attention. Now he's the one committing into a bad fight a little bit here. The walls are getting targeted, but not the harvester. A curious choice indeed, as this harvester will get infected by a terror drone and barely does get saved there. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it's going to be hammer tanks trying to rush into this fight. Bear is going to be able to clean up some of these Imperial warriors, but down into the hidey hole go the tank busters. Terror drone going to be locking down. What are you doing? What is going on with these strikers as the bullfrogs move forward? The hammer tanks clear the path for the anti-air to get in there, and the ore refinery can now be targeted down again, and it will be getting lower and lower. The tank busters in the ground absorbing a lot of attention, but there's the buildings coming in. Double body block with those reactors from opShijiao, and Zugspitze, he gets his own third refinery up and running, but it is, of course, kind of just trying to match the fourth refinery of his opponent. The barracks getting targeted. When the refinery is so low health, he targets the barracks with 4 chopper VXs instead of trying to swing around to the water side and find an angle with the bullfrogs on the other side. I don't know what is going on there, but satellites just dropped onto the refinery. They killed the harvester as well. So Zugspitze not able to pull his harvester away in time. Okay, he's going to get this barracks. Finally, we're killing a barracks. That's not exactly the big win that the Empire player is looking for. Engineer jumping inside of there. opShijiao once again walking into units without paying attention as bullfrogs show up too little too late. 2 hammer tanks going down, and both of these players, they are not locked in as they hand away units here and there. They need to wake up and focus up. Tengu's backing off. Imperial warriors and tank busters reforming over here onto the left side. 5th refinery getting started by opShijiao out there on the water. He has been climbing up in that eco graph. Yeah, he's up, 2K per minute or so against his opponent, and it's going to be up even more. His army has grown to a decent amount that He can... Oh, he's actually already gone airfield. I was going to say he can, after this 5th refinery is up and running, he can go for that airfield, but he's already got the airfield. He's already got a MiG or 2 out on the field. Going Twin Blade MiG Bullfrog with what he's already got on the ground is a fantastic combo and gives you so much maneuverability if you've got the clicks, the APM to actually be able to handle all of those units. You can do an insane amount with them. Tengu's going to be tagging that MiG, sending it away just a little bit there, and the Harvester will be made safe. Zugspitze, he delayed his eco, his 3rd refinery, by so much in this game. He threw away his army advantage in that one big fight, and then his transitions have been a little bit slow. And at this point, it sort of feels like he either needed to sell off his MCV after getting that tier 2 and just, you know, skip the 3rd refinery and just try to win the game early, or he should have committed into the 3rd refinery and the tech a little bit sooner. But we're here at the 13-minute mark, and it feels like opShijiao has been able to just slowly rebuild and, you know, get himself back into a position that he wants in this game. And opShijiao, he is up in army value as well. Not necessarily army grade, as that is much closer than the pure army value between these two players. Tank Busters moving forward. The Bears getting a couple of kills there, but the Bears themselves getting eliminated as well. And Wave Force Artillery could absolutely change the face of this game, but the Tier 3 isn't done yet. That last upgrade for the Mecha Bay hasn't come through yet. And what did he add on a second airfield right over there next to the first one near that Crusher Crane? He's got them up and running. opShijiao carving out a huge advantage for himself in the income tab. Earlier in this game, there was a gigantic percentage advantage for Zugspitze in terms of economy. But now there's a huge advantage for opShijiao in terms of economy. Don't walk into the satellites. The strikers need to get away. And okay, everybody backs away. Another satellite drop going to be coming in on top of that refiner, and it's a tier 3 satellite drop as well, so he does have to sell that off. A big strike there for opShijiao, is able to use that one click effectively, and now Zugspitze, he has been getting pushed around for the last couple of minutes of this game. Does he have a Wave Force Artillery out? Yes, he does. But does he have enough time? He needs uptime to get the artillery advantage to actually be useful. Hammer Tanks rushing forward to Bears on top of the Tank Busters, as there's going to be the Emperor's Rage firing off, and the Hammer Tanks just pushing away that Wave Force Artillery. Get out of the fight, buddy, as the MiGs are over top doing nothing. They're on Overwatch for nobody, and that Hammer Tank picks up a Wave Force Cannon as the rest of the fight falls apart for opShijiao. Conscripts going toe-to-toe with Tengus. Those are mechs. Those are transforming jets. You're not going to win that fight. But this Hammer Tank on the low ground. Where's that Hammer Tank over there? That guy, he is the hope of opShijiao. There's going to be the point defense drones reapplied to this army. It's not a huge army for Zugspitze. It feels like opShijiao should be able to contest, but so much of opShijiao's army value currently is tied up in those MiGs and Bullfrogs. At the start of the fight, he at least had some other units, but at the end of the fight, he's got like 80% of his army value is just anti-air and nothing else. Triple airfield, and Zugspitze doesn't have the army to keep pushing. If his Wave Force Artillery had survived that fight, then he could have sieged this expansion and knocked down this refinery. But now he's going up against a 6-refinery Soviet player with triple airfield. The twin blade production is going to be off the charts, and finally it looks like one of these refineries is going to be going down, but he needs to kill off that harvester as well. Otherwise, it'll just be free cash back there. He doesn't kill the harvester. So this harvester can get $1,000 back into the bank for opShijiao. And now Twin Blades moving in. The same can't be said for the Empire harvesters. They don't have the same cashback mechanic as opShijiao heads into the back line. Zugspitze decides, all right, I don't think you've got much at home to defend. Wave Force Artillery gonna snipe the hammer tank that was the hero of the last fight, and now it's up to the strikers and the Tengus to hold off this army. A Twin Blade is here, but the strikers hanging out on the ground, scared of these bullfrogs, as even the MCV is getting brought to the front line here, and I guess the Terror Drone can be kept at bay by that Wave Force Artillery. He can knock out that Terror Drone from the MCV if he needs to. Twin Blades are going to join back up with this army. And Zugspitze, he kind of just needs to make this work right here, right now. Going for the super reactor is a great choice. Bears getting launched in, trying to neutralize these tank busters onto the front line. There go the strikers as the Twin Blades roll over everything, and the Empire army falls to pieces. You may have won one side of the fight with the super reactor, but you lost everything else as opShijiao picks up the first win of this series. Zugspitze did what he could, but it was not enough. The backstab with the Twin Blades was the perfect way to force that fight and to force Zugspitze out of the game. And that'll send us to Battle Base Beta, where in the north, still playing random, but drawing Soviets yet again. This is opShijiao. And in the south, as always, the Chinese player playing Japan, named after German mountain. This is Zugspitze. Fighting it out, but getting outplayed quite simply in that last game. Zugspitze, he's, I guess he gets the opportunity to have the redo because Battle Base Beta and Deep Sea are so similar of maps. Zugspitze chooses the third refinery early, so this is one of those builds that if you don't spot it, can be quite difficult to deal with because you aren't thinking of this as an option, but it gets spotted fairly early by opShijiao. Although I wouldn't be surprised if opShijiao just decides to match it with his own third and fourth refinery and play out the macro game. It worked out very well for him in that last game. Zugspitze's harassment started good, but did not continue. And so as the macro game developed, as opShijiao got further and further into things, he just got more and more of an eco advantage, and then by the time that it came to that end game, he had so many more options than Zugspitze. Whereas Zugspitze, if he had kept up that harassment and he had actually been able to suppress the economy of opShijiao, that acceleration would not have happened. MCV moving forward. The super reactor is here. Where are you going, MCV? Okay, he is going for the high ground. It looks like it'll be a matched third refinery. It doesn't necessarily look like he is going for some kind of all-out aggression. Terror Drone gets sniped. Nicely done by Zugspitze. Does shut down that Terror Drone and stop it from heading out to that Navy expansion, because the water expansion is vulnerable right now. There's no naval yard here to defend it. And if opShijiao goes for the ore refinery here and doesn't go for the water expansion, then there isn't a huge reason for a naval yard to exist, which could be a potential vulnerability that Zugspitze has for terror drones to harass that naval expansion. Sickle goes pretty deep into Zugspitze's base. opShijiao getting his own harassment. He's like, hey, that harassment that you tried last time, it worked out pretty well for you, so I'm going to try it this time. And this terror drone moving into position. Does Zugspitze notice? If he doesn't notice, okay, there we go. Both players notice, so the terror drone switches over to the stasis, and the harvester switches over to its gun, which for the current moment is good for opShijiao because he gets to lock down this harvester, stop it from doing anything. But he himself, well, he doesn't get the infect that he was looking for, but at least he did deny a little bit of mining time. And he does actually pull these Tengus super far out onto the water. So these Tengus are not back home to defend. In theory, there should be a Tengu or two or a striker back home defending, but right now it's just a couple of Imperial Warriors and a couple of tank busters, and then the Harvester is going to get the kill on the Terror Drone. That was very close. Those Tengus fell asleep on watch, and now these units need to get back up here to the middle of the map. Walls come in, and the hammer tanks will be cut off, but again, this has brought the army so far out of position. What are you doing, Zugspitze? He leaves his army down there, all 3 units, which is a pretty significant portion of his total army value at this stage, all down there on the water. Okay, he's getting them back into the fight now, but is he going to be looking for his own harassment? This striker just sitting over there doing nothing. If he does find the angle on this refinery, then great, but right now it's just sitting there doing nothing. 2 strikers over there parked, camping out. Now they're being brought back. Tank busters, they're here on the front line. We've seen the bear drop tactic. It can work out. You load bears into a bullfrog, you launch them over your opponent's head, and you get the shutdown on those tank busters, those Imperial Warriors or Javelins, whatever you're facing against. You get it that way. Zugspitze, you can see that army advantage, or that income advantage, excuse me, near 1.2k per minute around the 3-minute mark. And now the graph is crashing. The numbers are not looking in the same way that he wants them to look. Bear gets launched super far. That guy is nowhere near the front line for the current moment. Tengu going to get a little bit of harassment done on that Harvester, and we're going tier 3. Okay, there is going to be... what's this guy doing as opShijiao lets his bear just end up dying there? But we do have the nanotech mainframe really close to the front line. Like, seems like even down here on the low ground would have been a better option than up here on the high ground, basically on the front line, as conscripts will be getting knocked out of this building. So many walls getting established. Terror Drone spawns out of that dead hammer tank, and opShijiao, he has lost a couple of units in this fight here. He doesn't want to step too close to these Empire units with his bullfrogs. But, okay. Zugspitze, he has successfully taken over the middle of the map. And the Terror Drone low on health. We'll see if Zugspitze is paying attention. It looks like the answer is not enough. And both players may be missing an opportunity here. We'll see, as there's the infect of that Harvester. Well done there by opShijiao, but Zugspitze does need to protect that Harvester. He did not want to go for the naval yard, and so now the option is you got to stay active. You got to be vigilant with those Terror Drone spotting moves. And in this case, the Terror Drone gets the kill and will now escape on out. Satellite drop getting launched onto the barracks will force it to be sold off, and the Imperial Warrior will be the last unit produced there. Tier 3 should have finished up okay. Yes, he did get the Tier 3 upgrade. He's got that full upgrade on the Mecha Bay, which does potentially make it a very big target, but it also means that he does have Wave Force artillery potentially on the way, and double airfield is the choice. opShijiao just happy. Oh, the sneaky move. This is the one that you did not expect, but there's a Tesla coil here, and she does not like Tesla coils. The Twin Blade may have spotted her. No, he did not realize just yet that there is, oh, the Crusher Crane, the refineries. This could be huge for Zugspitze. Barracks gets shot up. There's going to be a fight somewhere else. The Harvester getting harassed once again in the south. And now he's going to realize the Twin Blade can come in, but if he doesn't, if he's only got one Twin Blade, then it won't matter very much. The juggling has started. 2 Terror Drones and a Twin Blade. Can Yuriko pull off the moves? She is so far, but now it's 3 Twin Terror Drones, and the juggling is going to have to be pretty darn perfect with 4 Terror Drones absorbing the micro, and Yuriko will surely mess up at some point and die. There we go. A Crusher Crane and an airfield both going down. Zugspitze tried the tricky move around the side. The Tesla coil and the Terror Drones end up shutting him down. The juggling was good, but it wasn't good enough. opShijiao losing a little bit there, but not very much. This Wave Force artillery has the opportunity to do a lot more than what Yuriko Omega was just able to do. That kind of looks like the remnants of an MCV down there on the ocean floor. And we do have another terror drone moving out. The sneaky play here is that power plant in the corner. Zugspitze, that's called an insurance policy for an Empire player. And we'll see if these King Onis are able to just blast through this army. This could be an easy fight potentially here for the Empire player, with the King Oni absorbing a lot of attention here, and the tank busters just slicing through these tanks. Melt that metal while the Wave Force artillery puts out big damage into the infrastructure of the Soviet player. And Zugspitze, that's a lot of GG gets called. That's a lot of terror drones to lock down just one single unit, as opShijiao will tap out and Zugspitze puts a point on the board. There will be no clean sweeps. It's 1-1. That will send us to Infinity Isle for our game number 3. Who will take the momentum? Who will break the tie? On the left side, this is Zugspitze. Getting a win with Soviets, but can he do it with allies? This is opShijiao. opShijiao getting swapped over to allies by the random draw. What will he choose to change here? And of course, with an Empire versus random, the early game scout is very important. So you do see the burst drone crossing the map. The airfield is now out for opShijiao, but he did go barracks. He did open up with a couple of javelin soldiers. He got his engineer as well, so he was able to get that oil derrick nice and early. But it does change up the game a little bit here. And does opShijiao want to play the same kind of standard style, or is he going to try and mix it up, go aggressive, go for like a Tengu MCV sell all in kind of thing? Or is he going to just, you know what, it's Infinity Isle, let's play it out pretty normal. Let's just, you know, pretend that it's any other EVA. Walls getting canceled there. Not a lot of tank busters to break these walls, so the Imperial Warriors can't do a ton in this situation. They can kill it. They can kill a javelin soldier, but they can't do much more than that. And we'll see how these Imperial Warriors are able to do. They do kind of spot the third refinery coming up. I don't know if they actually do see it, but they will have an idea that a third refinery is out here on the water just because of the MCV placement. Conyard is still here for Zugspitze. And the MCV taking a bit of chip damage, nearly down to half HP. And the dojo, that guy will definitely spot that harvester, and now he's just trying to be annoying, as it will take a little while for the Vindicator to actually kill off all of these units. Tengu's getting into a dogfight here with the Apollos, able to clobber the Apollos, but there's a javelin soldier on the ground, meaning that this is not a fair fight. It's not pure aircraft v aircraft, and the Tengus all go down. There's one Apollo left, chasing the Tengu, getting the kill. Zugspitze throws his army away. A blunder there. I don't know that he realized the javelin soldier was there. Otherwise, he committed into that fight knowing that there was a damage profile that he could not match, and then he just stayed there. At any rate, the army just disappearing there for Zugspitze, crashing down relative to where it was. And the Vindicator going to be able to clean up some of these Imperial Warriors. It does take quite a while. This is great from Zugspitze. He's going to be splitting off, actually getting some harassment done, unlike that last Tengu that tried to go for the Harvester harass and just ended up dying. The Imperial Warrior is going to be getting blocked by the walls once again, and no one is here to knock down those walls, so it will not be a favorable engagement there. Tengu ends up going down. Honorable discharge causing some problems for the allied player, but this is more what we expected to see from Zugspitze. I'm not sure that he's positive on the kills yet. He has delayed the economy of his opponent, but I don't know that it's enough considering all of the Tengus that he has lost over the course of this game. If this MCV had lost a bigger chunk of health, then okay. If one of these buildings had died off, then okay. But with the way things have actually progressed, I'm not sure that Zugspitze has actually evened things up the way that he wants. opShijiao is handling these Apollos so incredibly well. And the Tengus, 2 more Tengus going down. Yeah, that one was getting rough. Those Tengu fights were not going well for Zugspitze. You gotta hand it to opShijiao with those Apollos, but Zugspitze committed into some fights that he should not have taken, and the Allies get the win. And that'll send us to Mers Landing for game number 3. Once again, playing the Allies. The random draw selecting the same faction for the first 2 games, and then the same faction for the second set of 2. And in the south, this is opShijiao. Soviet allies here in game number 4. And now we have in the north, the stalwart. This is Zugspitze. Looking good in the Empire, but not looking good in that game 1 and game number 3. He absolutely needs to turn things around, because so far it looks like opShijiao is just kind of no way. Are you kidding? What is going on? That's crazy. Why? That, I swear that never happens normally. That is, oh my gosh. Okay, well, it's not a good start to game number 4 here. There has, we've got a potential pattern forming. I guess we need to see it a little bit more for it to actually be a pattern. But opShijiao wins game number 1, and then Zugspitze bounces back. Game number 2, he wins that. opShijiao wins game number 3. So if the pattern continues, then Zugspitze bounces back, evens us up once again to take us into game number 5 with a tied scoreline. The Vindicator bombs out the Imperial Warrior, and because he only sent 1 Imperial Warrior, that's it. And the barracks was already sold off. Unbelievable. What is that? What is that? Unplug the steering wheel, man. Plug your mouse and keyboard back in. What is this? And the Apollos, they might actually scout this. They're looking. They're like, where's the mecha bay? This mecha bay at 2 minutes and 30 seconds is so late. Losing an oil derrick timing doesn't explain that. Getting that oil derrick doesn't explain a 2 minute 30-second mecha bay, but third refinery, that could explain it. Plus the other stuff going wrong with this oil derrick not being taken. The one thing is, yeah, okay, Zugspitze has this oil derrick. He got the $500 cash back. He stole this oil derrick. He denied that income from his opponent. But wow, that's a rough first couple of minutes here. The allied player is not supposed to be up $600 against an Empire player in the first 3 minutes. That is not how the game typically works here. Defender VX is on the field. Yeah, I can understand that, because you would kind of expect, okay, this is an allied player. They're going to see what just happened. They are going to go cryocopters. Even if it's just 1 cryocopter, you kind of expect that is what's going to happen. In this case, no, it's not. It's just a turret push. MCV is coming across the map, and Zugspitze is not ready for this at all. This will be an incredible defense if he is able to hold this, or I guess it'll be an incredible throw if opShijiao scuffs this up. But opShijiao doesn't even need to win the game right here. He can play out a normal game from here as long as he doesn't lose an absolute ton here. Again, if he doesn't throw the game away here, that he can just pull his MCV back and then progress into a normal game from here. We do a little handshake. It's 3 refineries to 3 refineries. There's a slight oil derrick advantage for Zugspitze, but opShijiao had some other advantages early on, so it all evens out, and we're close enough that the game can progress. Tier 2 is onto the mecha bay there, but all of these early units get cleaned up by the multi-gunner turret. Peacekeeper inside of the multi-gunner turret makes it very effective at killing those Imperial Warriors. opShijiao, okay, he is setting up camp. He says, you can have your third refinery out there on the water. I will take a fourth refinery. By the way, it's your natural expansion. That's my fourth refinery, is your natural expansion. Behind this, opShijiao, he can just camp out here with turrets and make this a very difficult contain to break, or he can go into a war factory to try and produce a ground army to contend with his opponent. Zugspitze, he's got that third refinery, he's got the oil derrick, he at least has a bit of a foundation to work with here, but he is going to need, yeah, lots of units, and I love the addition of the dojo here. That is a good choice. Tsunami tanks, they can deal with these multi-gunner turrets as long as they handle this engagement well. Vindicators could swoop in and bomb them out, but if that doesn't happen, then this is going to be a great start to the fight for Zugspitze. He's sending this low-health Tsunami tank right onto the front line, so he needs to get a lot of crushes to make sure that that is worth it. All three multi-gunner turrets go down, and so far, Zugspitze is handling this beautifully. opShijiao, his army is missing. The Vindicator bombing runs did not come through. There was no units to support those multi-gunner turrets, and now the split needs to happen. A Guardian tank steps on out, but the firepower is just going to be too much here from these Tsunami tanks. There's the Vindicators. There they are, finally bombing away. These Tsunamis, get away from that MCV. Do not give away the army advantage now, just with the crush. The Harvester goes down. The refinery might be the next target here, as Zugspitze actually finds a bit of a win here on that attack. He breaks the contain, he steps onto the low ground, and now he can shut down all of this infrastructure. He may end up losing this Harvester out here, which is a bit tragic for Zugspitze, and he's stepping too far forward. Two Javelin soldiers go down, but these Tsunami tanks are also getting thinned out a bit too quickly, and now is the time to back up, heal up, reset the game state. Okay, no, he sells off the refinery out on the water, and he does not want to reset the game state. He is trying to just go, go, go. Maybe he can end the game right here, right now. opShijiao has lost a lot, but those are good bomb splits. He knocks down those Tsunami tanks, and they don't activate their nano deflectors, so they just end up dying. The point defense drones were not on those units, and okay, now he's going to be backing off. At least he's getting a bit more chip damage with these Imperial Warriors. The good bomb grouping there will kill off as many of these Imperial Warriors as he can. Only one of them survives that double bombing run. Losing this third refinery was bad, but he can take this third refinery down here on the low ground and defend it. opShijiao floating 5K because he lost all of his production facilities, with the exception of the airfield. He lost all of his production facilities, and his MCV was running for its life. But Tier 2 has survived. MCV is healthy. Double airfield. Now he can go a war factory after that. He can add a barracks on if he wants. And hey, we don't do that here. That is not for this place. That's for some other game. As the Tengu's rolling up. Okay, don't do this again. Zugspitze, opShijiao is like, I remember how this went last time. But in that case, opShijiao actually did have a couple of additional units here. There are a lot of Apollos out on the field. Point defense drones have been freshly applied, so these tanks can't be bombed out in one. But they can if there's a cryo shot. Then they can be bombed out in one. There's the second Vindicator here. He's not actually bombing anything out. Maybe he was dealing with one of the Tengus harassing the Harvesters. And now the refinery going to be taking a lot of damage here as well. Zugspitze, he has got some cryocopters to deal with, and he went 0 strikers. He needs to get his army out of here unless he wants to try to commit it to the attack, but he's not going to be able to commit it to the attack with all of those Apollos nearby. The Vindicators need to, I guess they don't need to cross the map because, or they don't need to start bombing stuff out because one of the hero Tsunami tanks already got trapped, and there we go. And they get frozen, they get killed off. The strikers need to make their way out onto the map. It's an MCV cell for Zugspitze. He doesn't want to expand. He wants to win the game with what you see basically right now. He believes the Tier 2 Mecha Bay and the barracks are going to be enough. The Riptide is going to get the shot. One more Tengu going down. This Riptide low on health. gets a kill and now gets shrunken down to escape. opShijiao saves the unit, and now the expansion coming up. The sneaky refinery over there on the side. Wait, did that harvester just freak out? No. Okay, so he makes use of the extra harvester that he had. The shrunken down Riptide then gets forgotten. He escaped heroically, and then he got shrunken down, or he got forgotten, and he leaves. Strikers on the Apollos. What are you doing? The Apollos are right there. The Tengus all get eviscerated, and there's not enough on the ground to stop the cryocopters. Tsunami Tank rushes forward. Zugspitze's army is just getting frozen one at a time, locked down and broken apart. The GG comes out, and opShijiao freezes his way to victory. Zugspitze throws it all in at the end and loses out. And that'll send us to Liberation Freeze. Not Crucible Garden, but very similar, as we have talked about many times before. Kicking it off in the north, playing the Cyan. This is Zugspitze. And in the south, playing the Soviets. This is opShijiao. Shijiao cleaning up that last game with allies, but now he's back over to Soviets. On the cusp of finishing out the pattern. These bears, they get the lockdown. 1-2, that's the punch. 2 games in a row. opShijiao shuts down the engineer and gets the reward. Unbelievable, twice in a row. And then the flak trooper kills off one of the dojos, nearly kills off the other one as well. opShijiao starting out fantastic, 2 games in a row. Zugspitze nearly brought it back on Mir's Landing. I mean, he was very close to being able to win that game. A couple of key mistakes there, and a couple of opportunities taken by opShijiao. And in this case, it's another good start for opShijiao, getting the kill on that dojo, getting the kill on the engineer, delaying the oil derrick take, and now it's a 3rd refinery. Once again, very quickly here from Zugspitze. I don't think this one has been spotted. He may kind of think like, okay, we're at the 2-minute mark. You don't have any Tengus. There isn't even a... Okay, there, the Mecha Bay does get started. He didn't have $2,000 in the bank, so it doesn't actually finish, but it is good to get it, you know, at least make sure that you're not missing it entirely. There's going to be the super reactor finishing up. Hammer tanks can be produced now. They are unlocked for the Empire player. And the Terror Drone is going to come in and is like, ooh, okay, I see what you're doing there. I see the extremely late Mecha Bay that is only just now finishing up. So I know there's a 3rd refinery somewhere on this map, or you have done something else very terrible. And in any case, this harvester going to be taking a little bit of damage there, and then the sickle is going to move on to harass at another location. Harvester going to be taking a bit of damage. Terror Drone will get blocked off by the walls there, and this other harvester will end up getting stasis instead. 3rd refinery on the way for opShijiao. So he is deciding to match the refineries of his opponent. But these Tengus, they're getting locked down, and this hammer tank showing up is going to be like, all right, this is an easy kill for me. The Tengu can't run back to get repairs, and he also can't run forward to use the honorable discharge to do that splash damage onto the hammer tank. So the hammer tank stays healthy. The hammer tank doesn't really take hardly any damage from that exchange. Tank busters now out onto the field. This terror drone being utilized very well by opShijiao. And as we have the hammer tank moving out of position, the harvester ended up going down. So Zugspitze manages to get a 3rd refinery out nice and early, but now he's actually down in terms of income per minute because he lost that harvester. He was a little bit late on his oil derrick as well, but he's still, you know, he's still got the other 2 harvesters. This guy is kind of saving him. Although maybe if he hadn't gone for that 3rd refinery so quickly, he would have a bit of a stronger army, so then this damage would not have happened. But that's 2 dead tank busters there, courtesy of that bear. And it looks like the 3rd tank buster will be surviving that moment. Hammer tank gets in the walls, and that's another dead harvester there for Zugspitze. He's back online with his other harvester, but also this MCV is looking poised to take a potential 4th refinery for the Soviet player. Harvesters being eliminated on the Empire side of the map. The army taking so long to actually build up. I mean, there's like a 5k army advantage in terms of value for the Soviet player. Maybe some of that is bullfrogs, but a lot of that is just hammer tanks, sickles, terror drones, the normal stuff for the Soviet player. Tengus are like, all right, tank busters, you've got this. We're going to the other side of the map to harass. And this harvester has not been rebuilt. This hammer tank has not been dealt with. So while the Soviet player is getting a 4th refinery, the 3rd refinery of the Empire player is getting blasted. And yeah, I guess this hammer tank will eventually go down, but how long until this hammer tank gets eliminated? Finally, he is going to start killing it. Adaptive armor has been activated, and Zugspitze's harassment has come in, but it's not being particularly effective. Not nearly as effective as the Soviet harassment has been, as opShijiao is showing his strength as a player, able to manage these harassment campaigns better and defend against his opponent's harassment better. He is winning out on both fronts, and now there is basically a 2x army advantage for the Soviet player, and there is no big pressure on the Soviet player to be the one attacking, so he can sit back, get a crusher crane, get a couple of airfields, and he can play this one out nice and slow without committing huge into an attack and feeling like he's got to be really aggressive and do damage or end the game or anything like that. This Tengu does eventually need to be dealt with, but for right now, the harvesters are kind of being defended. All right, the harvester's going to heal up a little bit from that crusher crane and then manage to get back to work. There are not 4 working harvesters on the Soviet side of the map, not currently, but this refinery has at least been repaired up. I think it's safe from the tier 1 satellite drop, but it does need to continue to be repaired if it wants to stay safe from the other one-clicks. opShijiao, he is playing out this game so well here in this game number 5. Zugspitze not playing it out quite as well. He hasn't sold his MCV yet, but he also hasn't taken a 4th refinery to match the economy of his opponent. So as the economy kind of stabilizes for both players, if opShijiao, or if Zugspitze doesn't do anything to catch up to opShijiao, then over time, opShijiao will grow a bigger and bigger advantage. Bullfrogs moving in. That is one side of this. Without MiGs or Twin Blades, well, okay, they're on the menu. We'll see if they actually get brought to the front line. But without MiGs and Twin Blades, if the Bullfrogs go down, the hammer tanks can be very easily dealt with by the Empire player. But there is an if with that statement. If the Bullfrogs go down, they have to be eliminated first or out of position, as the Strikers will take a little bit of chip damage there. Satellites dropping onto the barracks, going to be cutting off any more tank busters from joining this fight. Bears are effectively neutralizing the tank busters anyways, so what does it matter? Bullfrogs are out of position, so the Strikers are going to be able to get a little bit of damage into these hammer tanks. Crash down, knocks down one hammer tank, knocks down a Bullfrog as well, but the MiGs show up as all of the Strikers go down. The GG gets called. Zugspitze's army falls apart, and he's left with only Tengus. And against a Soviet player in that position, Tengus aren't gonna cut it, and that is it. Your top 4 of the upper bracket is decided, and it's all 4 CCO players. All of the BattleNet players get dropped down to the lower bracket. They are all now in elimination matches. But that's actually not the next video. That is going to be coming out. In the next video, we are going to be jumping into the upper bracket semifinals. Thank you all very much for watching. A huge shout out to Tim for supporting Red Alert 3 and through this tournament generating some of the best Red Alert 3 action we have seen in years. So a huge thank you to him for sponsoring this event. Thank you all very much for watching, and this is Cyber signing out.